and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the fact and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you deny funny face.
It's not my brother.
Today funny face.
I don't know him.
You don't know funny face.
It's not my brother.
You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Huabin Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
So do you know how long the company has been in existence? 22 years?
No, I didn't. It's when you reached out to us and mentioned that you're 22 years, and I think that's shocking. I've followed GhanaWeb for quite a while, more than a decade, but I wouldn't have pegged you guys for having been in existence for more than 2 decades, and I think that's really positive for you guys. You've served the nation really well with the kind of contents that you've delivered to your readers over the past years, and I think that it's been a pleasure, having worked with you. For me at Soccerbet, and for every other reader out there, I'm sure they'll be really pleased to know that you've been in existence for 22 years. We want to, from here at Soccerbet, what we want to say to you at GhanaWeb, to your management, to your staff, is congratulations for this particular feat. It's been an amazing journey, I'm sure, and I want to wish you all the best going forward for the years to come. Everything that you do, may it work well for you. May you go beyond your boundaries and continue to serve the entire populace.
is located in the Volta region in a town called Sogakope, and it takes about 2 hours drive from Accra. Hi guys, we are back again, Charlie. So guys, I've been tired for some time now. My breath and a girl needed rest, and so I found this place on Instagram. It's called Villa Awoyo, and so I decided to come take a day of rest and rejuvenate my body for the week. And so I'm here to have a good time. I came alone just to relax and all that, and you know I can't come here without you. I'm coming along with you. Let's go right into the video. Hi, I've already settled in, already feeling at home. Guys, look at this. Wow. So this is going to be my room for the next night. I'm so excited. Oh, this is so beautiful. This is a good welcome, and I like the fact that this is an African print. I'm already feeling at home. I mean, this bed, and it also comes with a wardrobe, and this is their bathroom. And so I'm going to have lunch. I got here not too long ago. I'm going to have lunch, and of course I'm taking you along, so let's go. So my lunch just arrived. I got banku. Look at this cute container it came with my tilapia and my cutlery. So I've been told they have a fish farm, and so I mean I'm going to eat fresh tilapia just right here from the farm, and it looks good here. Imagine sitting here with a good view. Yeah. We sanctify this food in Jesus' name. I pray with thanksgiving. Amen. Hey, guys, I'm invited. The tilapia is really big. Ooh. I can't wait to dig in because I'm so hungry. You guys are invited. Let me try the tilapia. This tilapia is really fresh, and I think the fact that they have a fish pond right in front of their premises. This is really good. So guys, this is where I had lunch, and now that I have had something in my belly, let's take a tour of this place. This place is very beautiful, very airy, as you can tell. Very serene, very quiet, very calm. I think I did a good decision by coming here just to relax, and I'm going to be here for one night, and I mean you're coming along with me. And wow, so if you can see closely, the guys are working on the fish pond, and this is how the fish pond looks like. I wish I can get closer. Maybe a drone shot will do. The tilapia really looks so big from here. Wow, this is nice. This is nice, and this is different. Like, and it's at a prime area at Sogakope. It's very close to the Sogakope bridge, and so this place is really perfect for like a private wedding. Just look at the entrance. It's easy to decorate here for like private parties because the rooms are just 5, and so you can get the entire space to yourself if you have the whole 5 rooms. And so yeah, it's really huge. This is like it can serve as a football pitch, a playground, a reception area. They also have a lot of baobab trees here. If you haven't seen a baobab tree before, this is how it looks like. It can grow so big. Yeah, and this is how it looks like. I have actually had a baobab fruit before, and it's very good. It's like it's a wild fruit. It's like yoi, blackberry. This is so pretty, so airy. Oh, I really made a good decision. So this is their kids playground. About 5 baobab trees. Let's go to their tennis courts. And it also serves as a basketball, and so this is a perfect place for your family. I would highly recommend this place if you are coming with your family because it's family friendly, it's kids friendly. Let's look at this. They even have the kids marking. And so it's there. I think the red ones are for the kids, and yeah, so you can play your basketball here. Oh, apparently there are more baobab trees. These are 2 more. I think so far I have spotted 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 7 baobab plants. Wow, how interesting. So this is their family suite. This is so beautiful. So this is like the kids' room. Wow. And it also comes with a wardrobe. Hi. It also comes with a wardrobe, a very spacious wardrobe. And I love it here. I like the fact that it has 2 entrances, so you can come from here. Your kids can come from here. You can also come from here. This is the pool table. If I had come with someone, I'm sure I would have been able to play that. But it looks like because I came here during the week, I'm alone. There are no other guests, and so that's how come we got to see the other rooms. You get it? So let's go upstairs. Let's see what's upstairs. Let's go up there. Guys, I have 2 beautiful women here Mommy and Famia, and they are the owners of this beautiful space. And so, since I had the opportunity to meet them personally, guys, you only get this opportunity once. And so, I'm so fortunate to have met you here. And so, we're just going to talk about the place, how this place was in existence, and anything anyone watching this video should know. Yes. So, Mommy, how old is this place?
This place is basically about 2 years in existence, functioning.
Oh,
but we've had it since 2015. From little up and down from 2007.
Okay.
Eventually 2015, we got it and we started working on it.
Oh, okay.
So we started operating 2019 under the name Villa.
So it's two things. Awoyo is mom's name.
Oh, okay.
It is also her grandmother's name. And Villa Awoyo is the name of the house we lived in when we were children.
Okay.
And so when we thought of what to name this place, we wanted something that had meaning to all of us on various levels. And so that's how we settled on the name Villa Awoyo.
Okay. So how many rooms do you have here? How many total rooms do you have here?
Altogether, there are 5 rooms. There is a single room, a double room, and then 3 family rooms. We give priority to the family rooms because we wanted this to be a family space.
So I came here, before coming here, I saw your pictures on Instagram. I'm like, oh, I need a place to relax. So I'm like, okay, let me just come here. And I came here and I'm like, I'm so impressed. It has, the land is very big and you just have 5 rooms. Why the concept?
Yeah, we wanted people to feel free, have plenty of fresh air around.
Yeah.
And with the coronavirus now session, this is the type of place we would like to stay. And the 5 rooms came because we are also just 5 in the family.
Oh, wow.
My 3 children, my husband and myself. So if you go to the rooms, you will see that the rooms are named after our name and the places we liked and we visited most.
So when I came, Tanya offered for me to try baobab drink, and I liked it. And so I'm wondering, is it something that's known for you, like a baobab? Because I've seen 7 baobab trees here, and it's very different because you see baobab trees in the northern part of the country. You barely see baobab trees in the coastal. So is there any reason why you have baobab trees here, or it's just because you like it?
This is a very old piece of land. The building has been here since the 1950s, and so have the trees. One of the things that we kept in mind when we started working on this place was to make sure that we didn't cut down any of the trees. Yes. And so you get a lot of deforestation as, more urbanization and then, cities and towns start to grow. But within this particular space, we wanted to make sure that we preserved as much of nature that was here long before we showed up. And so you do find, I think there are 7 or 8 baobab trees in this garden, and we make sure that they stay intact. We use the fruit to make
the juice. Yeah, it was really good. It was my first time trying the juice. Yeah.
And it's a very healthy fruit. It has a lot of nutrients, has a lot of fiber, a lot of minerals, things that are really naturally very, very healthy for the body. So we try to make sure that we incorporate that in what we serve to our guests here.
And the tree also has a meaning, traditional meaning.
Oh.
You see how huge it is.
Yeah.
So in Ewe, they call it Ajidochi. And we say Ajidoa, but Nunya Ajidoi Ashimo Tunyo. Meaning that wisdom is a big thing. It is like the baobab tree. Your hand cannot go.
Yeah, it's very huge.
So wisdom is a huge thing. To have wisdom, you must have the grace of God. And yet still, you cannot put your hand around wisdom. It's broad. So that's the Nunya Ajidochi Ashimo Tuni. You cannot put your hand around. around. So wisdom is a very good thing. If you have wisdom, you must ask God for more and more, because it's unlimited.
Wow. Wow, that's interesting. God brought me here at this time. So, Mommy, is Villa Awoyo a Ghanaian owned business?
It is 100% Canadian owned. It is 100% women owned as well.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, you guys need to tell Mommy to adopt me. I mean, yeah, it hasn't been 24 hours yet, but I've enjoyed my stay here. Your rooms are very cozy, very comfortable. I feel like I can call here my home because it's like home away from home sort of thing. And so, anyone watching this video, do well to come by. Look for Mommy, look for Famia. They're always here to make your stay here comfortable. So, Mommy and Famia, is there anything you want to tell anyone watching this video?
Yeah, people who come here, they are so amazed because when they come to the gate, they thought it's just somebody's home. Until they read the thing. If they are curious, they want to see, which we don't normally allow people just to come in and they have to book. And when they book, eventually they come in, they say, wow, a huge, beautiful swimming pool, second to none. Sparkling and clean. Then we have our playgrounds. We have a beautiful playground for children. I don't think there's none this size.
Yes, I can agree. I've been to a lot of resorts, a lot of hotels, and I can testify that this place is family friendly, especially parents with kids.
Yes. Yeah. We have volleyball courts, basketball courts, and tennis courts, international standards.
Yeah.
People come to us like, why do you bring this into the village? I say, we want our village children, when they go to the town, they are not lost.
At least they have a feel of
home.
City.
They have seen it all before. You know?
Yes.
And we have a big, fish pond. You know, I mean, actually, they are not pond. We do them in the river, in cages. We have them in cages, and we run it by ourselves. We have about 98 cages, almost 100, and we rear our own fish, which we serve the customers.
I had a fair share of mine today.
It
was really good.
Yes. We have a plan for, catch your own. We have it ready. If you want to catch your own fish, we let you catch it. We have it ready for you.
Wow.
And, we are not that big. 100 kgs, not 800 kgs is not big. But 2019, we got the best award for the fish farmer in the Volta region. 2019.
Wow,
the best fish farmer in the Volta region.
Thank you for me. Is there anything you want to say to anyone watching this video?
Well, we appreciate you coming to visit.
I will come here again, and I will bring my family. The next time I come, I'll come with my mom and my sisters and my brothers. Come here with everyone. They have to have a feel of what I've experienced.
And that's really all it's about. This place is for family. It's for friendship. It's for people to spend time together. We're all so busy in the city. We're running after our work, running after our assignments, running after our children. And this is really a place for you to come and pause, take time to be together, and just enjoy each other's company. Good food, and a good environment. We make everything fresh. We make sure that you have healthy ingredients, healthy meals. Yes, everything to just enjoy and feel better before you head back home again.
I can't wait. I can't wait to because I came here and I've already slept and I'm like, that is very unusual of me. Usually when I go out to create content, I usually will vlog, be all over the place. But this time, the air the fresh air that I received, I was like, oh, I have to sleep. And so you have to come and experience it for yourself. You've heard from Mommy, you heard from Femia. It was so nice meeting you.
And our staff.
Yeah.
We have friendly staff here who are very hardworking. They make sure that You get what you want because everything is prepared from bread to everything.
Oh, you prepare your own bread?
Everything. Cookies,
wow.
Everything.
Wow.
Everything is prepared here. You know?
Fresh.
Any food you want to eat, you have it on the list. You pick it up. And our staff are very enthusiastic. And they don't work from Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. But if somebody wants to come here, we allow. But our busy time is from Thursday, Friday, Saturday.
We do in the weekends.
Yes, so that they get 2-3 days, some go off and so on and so forth, and they clean the whole place and so on. We believe in quality, not quantity. That's why we don't have more than 5. We want this home away from home.
I know, right? That's true. And I'm already feeling it. I'm so glad I even came on a weekday, because if I had come on a weekend, I'm sure I wouldn't have met you. Yeah. So lucky, guys. I'm lucky.
The place was full.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Mommy. Thank you so much for me. If you see them in town, I am their new daughter.
Yeah.
You need to put some respect on my name.
We'd love to have you as my 10th daughter.
Yeah.
1,000 years later.
Breakfast is set for me. Good morning. Let's see what we have. Yummy. And fresh bread baked from here. This is one thing that I really like about the place. The fact that they have branded almost the little things. This is really cute. So since I came, I've not really had a chance to swim, and so this is how I look. I'm going to dip my hair in the pool, and of course you are coming along with me. And I forgot to also share that they also give you like a small phone, so when you need anything, you can just carry it around and just call the reception, call anyone for assistance. And so yeah, I'm going to be here. I'm going to call Israel to help me take some beautiful pictures. Oh, the water it feels so cold. I can't wait to dip. So this is how the pool looks like. It's quite a huge pool. And this pool is for kids. Woo! It's for your kids here. And they also have a splash pool. I don't know how you guys call it, but once the fountain is on, it splashes water all over. So meet Israel. Israel, say hi. Hi. What is this called? The thing with the kids, the splashy. So Israel doesn't know the name. So if you guys know in the comment section, let me know the name of that thing. It splashes water out for the kids to play. So yeah, I'm about to swim and take pictures. The good part is I have the entire pool to myself. I came here yesterday, right? And it's funny how yesterday I came to rest and I really rested. I didn't swim because swimming can get tiring. Today, swimming is part of the itinerary, my dear. Let's go swimming! Let's meet our chef. This is our chef. I'm wondering what he's going to do with the cow. And he says they're going to slaughter it.
Yeah, I'm going to slaughter it and do my veal, the veal chop, the ram steak, entrecote, everything.
Wow, then it means that everything is fresh.
Yeah.
Like,
everything is homemade here.
I'm impressed, like so much impressed.
We never buy anything from outside.
What's your name? So when they come, they look for you.
Oh, this is Chef Matthias.
Guys, all the meals have been eaten. I'm even going to eat now. Thank you so much, Chef. The meal looks good already. Oh, wow. Thank you so much. What's your name? Millicent. Okay. So, this is my lunch. I'm having rice, chicken, and salad. the Volta region. In fact, I'm so sad I'm leaving Villa Awoyo. I think, to be honest, by far it has been one of the most relaxing trip ever. The place is very private, and so I think because they have only few rooms, they only have 5 rooms, and so everything is like you are sort of on your own in terms of social distancing. I mean, like, you don't see everyone in your space. It feels just like being home, and I think I would call the place home away from home. And so if you need a place, I recommend that place. The food was good, the tilapia was fresh, the chicken was fresh. So I mean, even though I had 2 major food and then 1 breakfast, I would say the place is like, it's good. I actually enjoyed. I'm sure you can tell from my face, I look more relaxed than yesterday. So yeah, it's about time. I'm going back home, driving all alone, you know. And the good part is I got some baobab. I requested for some baobab and I got some. Here it is. This is how the baobab fruit looks like. And so whenever you spend some time there, at least ask them for baobab fruits, and I'm sure you gladly get some. I mean, it depends on the season you come though. If you come just within this month, August, I don't know how when it bears fruit, but if you come within August, I'm sure you'll be sorted with some baobab fruits. And so guys, I'm heading back. This brings us to the end of this video. Thank you so much for watching this video. Let me know the favorite part of the house is. Which part do you like the most? For me, I think I like the space, the fact that it's very private, and I like the fact that the food is fresh. And so yeah, you are very close to nature. You are very close to like everything. If you want pool, there's a river, there's fresh food. Oh, I'm talking too much. Until next time on my next video.
Mr. President, 30th of August, the Minister for Sports led some members of Ghana's contingent to the 2020 Olympic Games in Tokyo to Jubilee House to call on you Excellency, a couple of weeks ago, Ghana delegation just ended the Olympic Games were here, the seat of government, to seek your blessings ahead of their departure to Japan for the Games. After you blessed the team and encouraged the team to leave the flag of Ghana high, the team left the shores of Ghana, highly encouraged and determined to make our country proud. 6 weeks on, Your Excellency, I'm delighted to lead Team Ghana back to the Jubilee House and to you after what has been the most successful Olympic Games campaign by Team Ghana in the Fourth Republic. Your Excellency, Team Ghana left Ghana for their pre-tournament campaign at Nawashiro, a city of Japan, on the 30th of June. Team Ghana was made up of 14 athletes who participated in 5 sports disciplines, namely athletics, boxing, judo, swimming, and weightlifting. At the end of the game, Ghana recorded remarkable feats in most of the sports disciplines and sealed it with a historic bronze medal in boxing. Your Excellency, summary of the Ghana in the various sports disciplines is as follows. Swimming, Ghana Abieko Jackson, who was making his second appearance at the Olympic, having participated in Rio in 2016, was able to top his heat in the men 100 meters butterfly swimming event, but his time
39 seconds was not enough for him to progress to the semi-finals. As well as the Ghana Zone 2 record.
The West and Central Africa zone. This propelled him from the global ranking from the 65th position to 45th position currently. Track and field, Joseph Amua, the sprinter, came third in the 200 heat with impressive time record of 20.35 seconds, which qualified him to the semi-final, but missed out on his place in the final, having finished 4th. Ghana Quartet team, Benjamin Azamati, Joseph Amua, Joseph Menu, and Safu Entry also qualified for semi-finals 4x100 meters relay for the first time since 1996 with impressive performance and record, 38.08 seconds, which is the new national record. On weightlifting, Your Excellency, Christian Amua made his second appearance at the Olympic after participating in Rio in 2016. He moved from 148th position to 12th position in the world after his tremendous lift at the Olympics. Unfortunately, this did not produce a medal, but it's a great honor to Ghana for such a progress. Your Excellency, on boxing, Suleimana Tete, a flyweight boxer and the captain of the team, also was making his second appearance at the Olympics after participating in London in 2012. He won his third match but could not proceed to the round 8. Remarkable, Your Excellency, Samuel Techi, the featherweight boxer, ended the 30-year drought in search of Olympic medal after his splendid and spirited performance through various qualification stages to win Ghana bronze medal. This outstanding feat brought Ghana to the end-long await for Olympic medals. And this is also the first time nearly 50 years since Ghana won Olympic boxing medal. The success placed Ghana on a high pedestal on the international stage. Techi has joined legendary Ghanaian boxers who have won Olympic medals such as Prince Amate, bronze, Clement Kwate, silver, and also Edible, bronze. Following this historic exploit, Techi is now ranked 4th in the world in the first in the featherweight division in Africa. He was also selected to represent the whole Africa at the closing ceremony. Other athletes also did their best in the various fields to make Ghana proud at the international sphere. Your Excellency, my brief stay in Tokyo with the team afforded me the opportunity to meet the heads of international federation to solicit their support for the African Games come 2023. We do not only want to stage a successful African Games ever, but we want to build on impressive performance of the Ghana team at the Olympic Games. by doing so better in the African Games come 2023. On behalf of the team, I want to thank you, Mr. President, for your support and encouragement to the team before, during the Olympics. Your government, through the Ministry of FIFA and Sports, have been very supportive to the Ghana team. All per diems allowances have been fully paid, and athletes and officials, qualification bonuses for the athletes who progress from one stage of their competition to the other have been settled without any rouse on bonuses. Your Excellency, our Ambassador Frank Ochre, Ghana ambassador to Japan, and his team were very immense in support of Ghana team. Whilst in Japan, we are very grateful to them. And finally, I want to acknowledge the mayor of Naoshiro, who hosted the Ghana team for the pre-campaign team. Finally, I want to thank corporate institutions like Ashfoam, Twilliam Ghana Limited, and Twitter Ghana for supporting the Ghana team. Corporate involvement in supporting our national teams. Our teams are needed because they complement government effort, and we are grateful to this corporate organization. Once again, thank you so much, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Another round of applause for the Honorable Minister. Thank you. May I now invite Mr. Ben Nunu, President of the Ghana Olympic Committee, to present the team to Mr. President.
Your Excellency, Honorable Chief of Staff, Honorable Secretary to President, Ministers of State. Your Excellency, on the 30th of June, when we called on you here, you blessed the team and asked us to go into battle for Mother Ghana. Your Excellency, my duty here today is to present to you those gallant men and women, as well as those who work behind the scenes to make sure that the assignment that you gave us to go and accomplish in Tokyo was successfully done. Your Excellency, we have today with us the captain of Team Ghana, who is also a boxer, Mr. Suleiman Tete. Next after Mr. Suleiman Tete, also a boxer, is Mr. Shaku Samed. We also have Mr. Samuel Tichi, a boxer. We have with us here also the weightlifter Christian Amwa. Your Excellency, and our athletes, Mr. Emmanuel Yeboah. We have here also the coaches of these gallant athletes, and Your Excellency, with your permission, I introduce Mr. Ufuri Asari, the boxing coach, and his assistant, Mr. Vincent Akainate. We also have our swimming coach, Your Excellency, Mr. Daniel Opari, and our athletics coach, Mr. Baba Apidogo Julius. Your Excellency, these athletes and coaches had management staff who made sure that whatever they needed or the things that we were going to do, they went successfully. Your Excellency, with your permission, I want to introduce the leader of Team Ghana, or we call him the chef de mission, Mr. Mike Agre. And also ably assisted by Mr. Haruna Adamu and Mr. Sami Haywood Okai. These athletes belong to federations, and Your Excellency, we want to acknowledge the presence of the president of these national federations. I will introduce you the president of Ghana Boxing, Mr. George Lamte, and also the vice president of Ghana Athletics, Mr. Ababu Afelibek. Your Excellency, we have also the Director General of the National Sports Authority, Professor Peter Chumesi. We have with us, Your Excellency, our sponsors who make sure that all our kitting and everything that Team Ghana needed by way of kits and a little bit of sponsorship, we got them and helped us in achieving. Your Excellency, we have with us the marketing manager of Rush Energy Drink, also known as Trillium Industries, Mr. Ali Ajami. We have the marketing manager for Ashphone, Mr. Nanayao Dakwampim. Your Excellency, we have the proud mother and father of our victorious boxer, Mr. Samuel Techi. And with your permission, I want to introduce Ms. Eunice Smith, the mother of Samuel Techi. We also have with us the father of Samuel Techi, Mr. Godfrey Techi. And last but definitely not the least, Your Excellency, the local trainer or the coach, the club coach of Mr. Samuel Techi, Mr. Lawrence Ampofo. Your Excellency, these are the gallant men and women, as well as those behind the scene, who ensure that our participation at the Tokyo 2020 was one of the most successful Ghana has seen in the last 30 years. Your Excellency, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ben Nunu, President of the Ghana Olympic Committee, for the introduction. We've now reached the highlight of this afternoon's program, and that's the presentation of the medalist to Mr. President. The medalist, as indicated by the Sports Minister, is Mr. Samuel Techi, ranked 4th in the world and number 1 in Africa. Honorable Minister, please. He's presenting his medal to Mr. President, proudly. Mr. Techi will have a photo opportunity with Mr. President. One without mask? So the photo opportunity. And Mr. Techi also has a presentation to make on behalf of the Ghana Boxing Federation to Mr. President to show their appreciation to Mr. President for his unyielding and unfailing support. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. At the appropriate time, the parents of Mr. Techi will join him to have another photo session with Mr. President. Thank you. So before Mr. President addresses the contingent, the other members of the team who have made us proud would all be presented with medals. So may I invite all the team members to line up here? Including the coaches, yes, please. You'll be called individually. So we have Mr. Samuel Techi, once again the proud medalist. A round of applause for him. Mr. President will present the medals to him. Thank you very much. And the captain of the team, Mr. Suleimana Tete, also a boxer. Next is Mr. Shakur Samed, also a boxer. Thank you. And then Mr. Emmanuel Yeboah, a weightlifter. Christian Amoa, right? The next is Mr. Emmanuel Yeboah, athlete. The coaches will now take their turns. Mr. Oforia Sari, boxing. Next, Mr. Daniel Opari, swimming. Mr. Baba Julius Apidogo, track and field. The last but not the least, Mr. Vincent Akainete, boxing. A round of applause to all our team members. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we have basically two more items on the agenda. We have the address by Mr. President, followed by the presentation of the Olympic torch to Mr. President by Mr. Nuno. So may I respectfully invite Mr. President to address the team.
Chief of Staff, at the Office of the President and officials of the Presidency, Minister for Youth and Sports, and Member of Parliament for Yagaba Kubore, the Director General of the National Sports Authority, the President and officials of Ghana's Olympic Committee, members of Ghana's Olympic team, fellow Ghanaians, ladies and gentlemen. I welcome all of you to Jubilee House, the seat of the nation's presidency. It is good to see all of you once again after your exploits of the Tokyo Olympic Games, which ended a few days ago. You came here to bid me and the country farewell prior to your departure to Japan, so it is wholly appropriate that you're back to let me and the country know that you're back. Despite being represented by 14 athletes, the individual performances you put up at the Tokyo Olympics has been one of the best in the nation's recent history. For the first time in 29 years, Ghana won a medal at the Olympics. Our last medal was in 1992, when the under-23 football team, the Black Meteors, won bronze at the Barcelona Games. For the first time in 49 years, Ghana won a medal in boxing, with the last medal being the one won by Prince Amate at the 1972 Games in Munich. For the first time in 25 years, our 4x100 relay team qualified to the finals at the Olympics. 4 national records were broken at the Games. That is Joseph Amoah in the 200 meters race, the 4x100 team in the semifinals, Abeku Jackson in the 100 meters, and Christian Amoah in weightlifting. For the first time in 29 years, the Ghanaian flag was raised at the Olympics. For the first time ever in Ghana's history at the Games, a Ghanaian athlete, Samuel Techi, was selected to represent Africa at the closing ceremony of the Olympic Games. And for the first time in the history of this Fourth Republic, Ghana has won a medal at the Olympics. Out of the 52 countries that participated in the Games, Ghana placed 10th on the African standings, and this should spur us on to even greater heights in future competitions. On behalf of the government and people of Ghana, I say a big, hearty aiko to each one of you on this performance. You made all of us in Ghana very proud. As a show, a modest show of our gratitude, and on the basis of your individual performances, I'm happy to announce that 1, each member of the team, it includes everybody involved, will receive a reward of 5,000 United States dollars. The medalist, Samuel Techi, will receive a car, $10,000, an additional $20,000 put in a career development fund for him for the next Olympic Games and future tournaments. In total, the bonuses of the team amount to some 150,000 United States dollars. Government, through the Ministry of Education and the Ministry of Youth and Health and Sports, is committed to promoting sports in our schools. The provision of the requisite infrastructure will continue, especially as Ghana is preparing to host the Africa Games in 2023, as we strive to regain our place of pride in sports on the continent and in the world. The 2022 Commonwealth Games in Birmingham is just around the corner, and I want to charge the Ministry of Youth and Sports and all stakeholders to put in the necessary measures to ensure that we improve on our performance over the Australia 2018 Commonwealth Games. I wish Ghana's Paralympic team, that is already at its training base in inauguration in Japan, the best of luck as they also prepare to lift high the flag of Ghana. Once again, big congratulations to each and every one of you, and may God bless our homeland Ghana and make her great and strong. Munyama bomodin pa be de mase, bomodin mase igina enyunyam. Ye bomodin wa boxers, ke trainers, ke coaches. Ke o mami ke fe bia ma unyankopon hira mu nya baako. Be de mase papa. Thank you.
Yes, please. Sure. Mr. Techi, please step forward. Techi, you stand to the right of Mr. President. Okay. The mom to the immediate left of Mr. President. The rest of the team will join. Mr. Techi, please. The first one excludes the coaches, please. The team first. The coaches will have their turn. Okay, without the mask. The coaches should get ready, please. Coaches, please join. The Madam Chief of Staff, the Sports Ministry officials, and the GOC President, NSA President, please. And please, the other officials, kindly join. Spread out a little. Thank you very much. And congratulations to our contingent once again. Well, ladies and gentlemen, at this juncture, Mr. Benunu Mensah will present the Olympic torch to Mr. President. We thank Mr. President for his encouragement, his fatherly advice, and support to the team, and we hope this will spur us all on to greater heights. Thank you very much. At this juncture, shall we be upstanding for the national anthem? Thank you very much. Congratulations and have a good weekend. Bye. Shall I take the national anthem? be seated, please. The President of the Republic, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, the Vice President of the Republic, His Excellency Alhaji Dr. Mahmudu Bawumia, the Chief of Staff, Office of the President, Secretary to the President, senior officials of the Presidency, the Chairperson designate and members designate of the Governing Board of the Bank of Ghana, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, members of the press, good evening to you all, and a very special welcome to our guests to Jubilee House, where we gather this evening to witness the swearing-in ceremony for members of the Governing Board of the Bank of Ghana. I now present to Mr. President the members designate of the board, starting with its chairperson, Dr. Ernest Kwamina Yedu Addison. Dr. Maswell Opoku Afari, member. Mrs. Elsie Ado Awaji, member. Honorable Charles Kofi Edu-Boahin, member. Mr. Jude Kofi Buckner, member. Dr. Kwame Osu Nyanchiki, member. Dr. Samuel Ninoe Eshon, member. Dr. Regina Ohini Daku Educhum, member. Mr. Joseph Blignam Alasan, member. Mr. Andrew Adinote Boedo, member. Madam Angela Tremanten Jimo, member. And Mrs. Comfort Okran, member. The 13th member, understandably, is not around. That's Professor Eric Osei Asibi. Thank you very much. It's now my pleasure to invite the President of the Republic to administer the oath to the nominees. The members designated of the board may be upstanding with their oath and then the Bible or Quran.
Members of the board, you should have two oaths in your folders, an official oath and the oath of secrecy. We will begin with the official oath, and you will assert your name where appropriate, and also the office. There can only be one chairperson, the rest are members. So, we begin. I, do in the name of the Almighty God swear that I will at all times well and truly serve the Republic of Ghana in the office of, and that I will uphold, preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana as by law established. So help me God. The oath of secrecy. I, holding the office of, do in the name of the Almighty God swear that I will not directly or indirectly communicate or reveal to any person any matter which shall be brought under my consideration or shall come to my knowledge in the discharge of my official duties, except as may be required for the discharge of my official duties, or as may be specially permitted by law. So help me God.
You may resume your seats, please. I once again respectfully invite Mr. President to address the board.
Mr. Vice President, Chief of Staff at the Office of the President and officials of the Presidency, Minister of State at the Ministry of Finance, Governor and Deputy Governors of the Bank of Ghana, members of the Board of the Bank of Ghana, fellow Ghanaians, ladies and gentlemen, I welcome all of you to Jubilee House, the seat of the nation's presidency, and I congratulate the Governor, ex officio the Chairperson, and members of the newly constituted Board of the Bank of Ghana on their well-deserved appointment. I'm pleased not only to have sworn into office members of the Board of the Bank of a few moments ago, but also to have this opportunity to comment on the invaluable contribution of the bank to the transformation agenda of government. You may have noticed that in the past few weeks, a number of boards have been reconstituted and duly inaugurated. Invariably, members of these boards have been sworn into office by their respective sector ministers. However, I decided to swear into office the board of the central bank myself. I did so in order to have an appropriate platform to express my sincere appreciation to the board and management of the bank for the stellar work they have done for our nation since my assumption of office in January 2017. Indeed, over the last 4 years, the Bank of Ghana has distinguished itself to the admiration of all well-meaning persons and has discharged its duties accordingly. It has proven to be a sound banker to the government and the safe custodian of the nation's precious asset, money. It has been an efficient currency manager, the reliable source and regulator of liquidity, and above all, the dependable lender of last resort to the banking sector. When the pandemic of COVID-19 struck our shores, the bank, with the support of some commercial banks, instituted a 3 billion CD credit and stimulus package to help revitalize industry, especially in the pharmaceutical, hospitality, service, and manufacturing sectors. We have seen the effects of this intervention by the bank, evidenced in the steady rebound and growth of the economy. Ladies and gentlemen, probably the most difficult problem my government met on coming into office was the state of the banking and financial sector. Many of our banks were in distress and had been kept on unsustainable and artificial life support by the central bank. The supervisory agencies were unfortunately not performing their duties, which allowed weak governance and management structures of many banks to fester. We were in a desperate situation, and urgent radical measures had to be taken to prevent the collapse of the entire financial and banking sector, with consequences too dire to contemplate. The Bank of Ghana, under new leadership, intervened and restored sanity to the sector, and in the process, saved the banks involved and the funds of some 4.6 million depositors. Government found some 21 billion cedis to fund the cleaning up exercise, which has enabled a more robust financial and banking services sector to emerge, the better to finance the rapid development of our nation. A few days ago, the World Bank Country Director for Ghana, Liberia, and Sierra Leone had this to say about the banking sector cleanup, and I'll quote, "It was important that these non-performing loans, non-performing banks, institutions that have poor governance, institutions that cannot honor people's desire to have their funds back," unquote. As I intimated earlier, my government inherited in 2017 an economy riddled with macroeconomic imbalances and a financial sector that was at the tipping point of collapse, but dressed up and camouflaged by unsustainable daily support from the central bank. We had to introduce immediately reforms and corrective measures to address the imbalances and restore stability. Very quickly, with the support of the Bank of Ghana, macroeconomic stability was restored, which provided a sound environment to underpin government's economic diversification and transformation process. Today, there's clear evidence that inflation has been well contained. The previous board was inaugurated in August 2017, at a time when inflation was some 12%, down from the 15% inherited from the Mahama era. And 4 years down the line, inflation has been well managed and has dropped to as low as 8% at the end of the second quarter of the year. Inflation is currently at 7.9% at the end of July 2021, within the target band of the Bank of Ghana. I am very encouraged by the many corporate governance measures that have been put in place by the Bank of Ghana to mitigate against future bank failures and ensure that we have a strong banking sector that can drive the transformation agenda of government. Indeed, recent policy measures introduced by the bank are commendable and aligned with the overall objective of moving Ghana to a situation beyond aid. I have for decades been baffled by the fact that our nation, which has been for generations one of the leading producers of gold in the world, has never instituted a domestic gold purchasing program to develop the domestic gold production value chain. Hence the transformational nature of the recent gold purchasing program introduced by the bank. It has opened up the entire value chain with the imminent completion of a Ghanaian gold refinery. This development will allow us to add value to our gold and establish transparency in the small-scale gold mining industry in Ghana. I've watched with keen interest the bank's leading role in the digitalization of the Ghanaian economy. The recent announcement of the pilot central bank digital currency, the ECD, which I believe will completely transform the architecture of our payment system and deepen financial inclusion to support inclusive and shared growth for our people, is one such example. I've also seen initiatives from the bank to enhance access to credit by small and medium-scale enterprises, the SMEs. I've always held the view that wide access to credit by SMEs can promote shared growth and better income distribution. and I commend the bank for its most recent initiative and partnership with the monetary authorities of Singapore and the Ministry of Finance to develop a network of digital platforms to serve as global public infrastructure to boost growth of SMEs in the two countries. All of these have established the Bank of Ghana as an institution of excellence, reflected in recent international recognitions of the bank. For a second successive year, the Bank of Ghana has won the Central Bank of the Year award. This is in addition to the brilliant governor of the Bank of Ghana, Dr. Ernest, and I discover Kwamina Addison. Being named Central Bank Governor of the Year for Sub-Saharan Africa. Ladies and gentlemen of the board, you have all been carefully chosen because of your expertise, knowledge, and accomplishments to assist the work of the bank in the areas of concern under its jurisdiction. I'm counting on this board, with its diverse experiences, talents, and skills, to support the agenda of the bank and help formulate policies necessary for the achievement of its objectives, as set forth in Section 9 of Act 612, 2012, the Bank of Ghana Act. This is a charge I am confident you will keep. Whilst the President appoints the governor and his or her deputies, as well as members of the board of directors, the bank, however, is guaranteed by statute operational independence in order to enable it to deliver on its multiple mandates without hindrance or interference. Full autonomy of the bank, however, does not mean that the bank's monetary policies should be at variance with government's overall macroeconomic policies. With 64 years of experience behind us, I believe we have learned, or should have learned, lessons both from our own history and from the experiences of other countries about how this partnership should work. History has taught to promote growth and development. Use this occasion to bring into focus a matter of great importance for the rapid growth of our economy. That is to urge the bank to interrogate the issue of high interest rates in Ghana and how the problem should be addressed to enhance the competitiveness of the private sector. It is surely not right that the central bank's monetary policy rate stands at 13.5%, whilst the commercial banks lend to the private sector at rates of 21% and above. This is a gap we have to bridge if we are to realize the vision of a Ghana whose economy is globally competitive. I believe the Bank of Ghana is best placed to lead this process of reflection and action. I want to end by stressing that the current social hand should be on deck. I wish to reiterate my call for even stronger partnership as well as greater degree of policy coordination between the Bank of Ghana and the Ministry of Finance. This call is for the bank, within its remit of operational independence, to play a pivotal role in formulating and implementing policies that will spur the economic transformation of our nation that we all desire. Let me again, board members, congratulate you on your appointment to the bank. May God bless the new board of the Bank of Ghana and us all. And may God bless our homeland Ghana and make her great and strong. I thank you for your attention.
We thank Mr. President for his address, which we believe has resonated well with members of the board and will guide them in the performance of their onerous responsibilities. Mr. President, the board in total has a word of gratitude for you, and it's my pleasure to invite the governor of the Bank of Ghana and chairperson of the board to give the vote of thanks.
His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Ghana, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor to be part of this very important event of the inauguration of the Governing Board of the Bank of Ghana. The Bank of Ghana, as you all know, is an important pivotal institution whose history is intertwined with the history and development of this country. It is for this reason that we are extremely thankful to the President of the Republic of Ghana, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, for the confidence reposed in us to serve on the newly constituted board of the bank. On behalf of the members of the newly appointed board and myself as the chairperson, I extend our warmest appreciation for the confidence you have reposed in us. The task that you have given to us comes to us with a greater sense of responsibility to deliver on the mandate of the bank for the benefit of the Ghanaian economy. As enormous and daunting this task is, we are confident that we will be able to deliver, and we pledge to pursue prudent policies to consolidate the gains that we have made in the last 4 years. Your Excellency, over the past 4 years, the previous board and the management of the bank took very important decisions. I recall that immediately after the previous board was inaugurated in August 2017, we quickly had to dive into action to hold a closed-door meeting to deliberate on the financial sector cleanup exercise of the bank and obtain some board resolutions on the actions to be taken. That board had no honeymoon, and I believe this reconstituted board is also coming in at a time when the COVID pandemic has challenged the conduct of monetary policy. Your Excellency, these challenges notwithstanding, the bank has implemented prudent policies which we believe has yielded positive results. Despite the COVID-19 shock, inflation has eased to single digits and currently within the medium target band. The exchange rate has remained relatively stable, supported by adequate reserves, which currently stands at about 5 months of import cover. In addition, we have also implemented financial sector policies which have revamped the banking sector, which is currently well capitalized and well positioned to support the economic recovery and revitalization process. Last but not the least, we have put into place strong regulatory frameworks and the completion of interoperability architecture at a minimal cost that are supportive of the government's digitization agenda. Currently, and diverse financial products within the recovery from the adverse effects of the COVID-19 pandemic, and also the uncertainties in the domestic economic environment with the third wave of the pandemic, which calls for prudent policies to firm up the recovery process and protect livelihoods and jobs without stoking inflation pressures. This positions the bank right in the center of the agenda to boost growth and create jobs while maintaining macroeconomic stability in the post-COVID-19 era. We are therefore committed to deliver on this mandate. Given the rich and diverse background of the team on the board, there is no doubt in my mind that together we can build on the solid foundation that has been laid by our predecessors and take this institution to even greater heights. I look forward to good cooperation and interesting deliberations on some of the critical issues concerning the economy, especially what you have identified this evening in terms of the spread of the interest rates of the commercial banks over the policy rate. Your Excellency, once again, I would like to say a big thank you for the trust that you have reposed in us. The board of the bank is up to the task of implementing sound policies to ensure stability, supported by a safe, sound, efficient, and stable market financial system. These will underpin the growth and development agenda of the government as we seek to build a strong, prosperous, and inclusive nation. Thank you. God bless Ghana, and God bless the Bank of Ghana. Thank you.
We thank the chairperson of the board for the vote of thanks and wish the members of the board every success in the discharge of their responsibilities. We now have the last item, which is photo opportunity with Mr. President and the senior government officials. So may I respectfully invite members of the board to join the president here. Okay, we could sit. All right. Those behind me, please.
A viral video of an Anglican priest kissing some students of St. Monica's College of Education in the Ashanti region. The priest has been sacked by the Anglican Church. We've hit the streets of Accra to get the reactions of some Ghanaians. Let's hear from them.
I think it's very bad on every level, because I also went to Holy Child. You know, we had priests and nuns teaching us, you understand, and then one of them was teaching us RME. We used to make fun together in class, asking, so you don't have a girlfriend? But you know, it was just on the shallow. But him kissing on the pulpit in the church is off. It's off. It doesn't give him respect as a priest, and then, I mean, he's not setting a good example for so the.
What should be done?
Actually, he should be sacked. I heard he was sacked, so I mean, it's a good position.
Sajumori news radio and Sajumori network radio. We are kissing or more public channel. I say I'm fan casa. Next time no money in visa. Now would have born and transport the entry pound. Student in the same way, like I saw a show on no more into your moody or would problem.
I can see some element of, you know, as in somebody who was nursing something inside his heart, and the devil gave him the platform. Though God did it, they did well and they came out in flying colors, but he took the advantage of that to exercise his what he has nursed in his heart by kissing those students. Though the Bible talked something about holy kiss, but I think that one is out of sort. Certainly, this one is not an holy kiss. It's aromatic. I believe that they have councils, so the councils of the church should call them, or they have hierarchies. They should call them, and this matter should be strictly, they should tackle it the way that those things should stop. These are things that reduce that it has been again the work of Christ on earth. Christ has given us a platform to flourish and blossom, bringing souls. But when souls are seeing this, it's like, you go to a nightclub and you see people doing this, and you are in church, you see people doing that too. What's the difference? There's no difference.
So what should they do to the priest?
No, they should, as in, appropriate action should be taken. He should be called to, he should be questioned. And I think they should take action. They should take action to stop all these menace in church.
People are saying they should sack him. Do you agree?
Sacking people, it means you've given, you are like you don't sack people. You still allow. Our God is a God of second chance. He will still give him a second chance. You understand? Whatever he has done, this is something he has knows in his mind. So he has the platform to exercise it, and he did. But that does not mean he's a bad person. You understand? So he can be called, they can give him some punishment and, reduce, kind of give him a result that then later they can, when he has shown some sign of remorse and come back to his senses, he can see.
In the Bible, there's what called holy kiss. Oh, this one is beyond the holy kiss. Yes, because watching the reaction of the students when he kissed them, this one will laugh, and to me, it's not good. Being an Anglican priest, yes, it's not good. It's beyond the holy kiss. Even the Bible says, greet one another with a holy kiss, but this one is beyond that. Yes, what should be done is that you need to call in order based on the Anglican rules or what. So they have to sanction him, caution him, and so that's exactly what should be done. Yes.
People are saying he should be sacked. Do you agree?
No, he can't be sacked. He can't be sacked. What they have to call him. If there's any, they have to call him in order, then sanction him or give him some, let me say, some punishment or what. But to sack him is not good. So they have to call him in order. Talk sense. To him, he may be thinking that what he's doing is good. He may feel that it's good, but others watching this thing, it's not good. As a priest, the way you're hugging them, kissing them, so they have to sanction him. Call him in order, give him call him in order. Next time this should not be done. But to sack him is not good.
Me dey come in kwanka omunjano because school for no omope. Because omunyan kwala. At the same time so omu parents so eden eso tititi ho. Enti me filisi anka we hunya omunja papa no. Oh my empame no. We omunyan kwala. You see, I know if you say, I know the mistakes saying, can yes or yes, into one yes, into with the infection. If we took a camp, person can say, I say, Yama ninty. Bible cracker say, Yama ninty is a ball, want you, I say, Uma ninty. Until next time, we'll be on first, I do is soon they be say, oh, my baby, sir, and the ember, because a papa no Arabian called a mom.
Those were some Ghanaians sharing their thoughts on the topic. While some agree, others think the sacking is too harsh. NST Nasawa Asante, reporting for GhanaWeb TV. On 2nd April this year, 2 teenagers were arrested for allegedly killing one Ishmael Abdullah at the uncompleted building you can see behind me. Now, the case is in court, and the 2 teenagers, Phyllis Nyako and Nicholas Kani, have confessed to killing Ishmael Abdullah and also made a revelation that they had earlier killed a pregnant woman. We are back to where the incident happened to find out from the suspect's relatives, the late Ishmael's mother and residents on the growing development.
It is as someone in the Amira Hoy. If he say, Niente, I am Yanni say, Niomukuni, Minimun, open phone, Minimun. By why say we know, Sana, no, the Pia Bar, one of my money to said it. They just saw the Fia can Kodanina. To what the I mean.
Okay.
I am here.
Now, Anna, no, not who sell your bad boy that now.
Patrominity, you know. One Chiremi Suben be so Yaquadabon. If you say, I check. More than 11 years. Or area Hannah me wish me. And I could need to say, one no, maybe send better than penny for no, or madam for no moment, or no, Anna, maybe boy be a school. Now, down for no, or Boba 2 area. And Tishmael in now, one no. Or Moko baby, our bomb, Bosso Sana, with the Anya do baby, within a year 3 years. But I name Nimsa Jumbo, they be doing it.
Nah. 2 boys no omuti around.
Emi so mo. Ba we nu di omutu.
Omutu daben.
Dana asemuni si ya no a. Dana asemuni si ya no a. The way na nkrofa bo omuso no. Na emi say hu ka omutina. Omudi atu. So boy ni kire say ya wada no. Na omudi Ishmael echi. Nti ya wada na ajo. Be ye yemfa ni say 8 mu. Ena oso odi no call me feature ha ampa 18 boy ma wura dem na Ishmael ni ha mi free mi wura afia ne brother dem so na Ishmael wo he ena me baba ku so won so ogina abonte na mi pien so mi hunu na ma ko gina mi masalachi na animu na mi tiam Ishmael no say yes ma na wotumi say anaju ade asaba this time den na wo ye wo sunu na oso wane anane oso o mon ko ameri ho nkoto ade na me se menko basi yenko fi na o se sa da ne nyina na nka da na okita nka chifu bia odi ba kata akwada ne hene timiti ya mufra akwada na obai eno de ya no kra me fra me ba na me nim se bia adwumbo ni mpo na ba odi akwana me se Ishmael ade na okọ hye sumu we mu anaju we ade wonu ho ne o na so mi na anane o ka sa nso ene tembia wone no ba mama akwada na nko me kan ni hyede sana Saturday ofa kwan bi so be friend kasanda na omukoba empo omambo me amani omuso omuka amu fa ni izi intimate TV hu sen ya na meti Ishmael na masora tenes na mati store ni nyina intimate ya misunu mamu na omo abodum TV na omo aka me ahyede nti free omo ma me kwan ma mi so TV kwada ni de nkrofo ni mo omo mposi mi mankasa mintina fie ti sasa mu we de mi kasa ma tibi da na me boa ise ba ye ansa na meti se omo ayese ba ye wa ba mi mu fasa asem no se watimi adi saboni no na wasaba na oni mi nkwada ton sa didi chance ba kum eje se hey brady
o kazi okum opemfo a la kora mi kora mensusu se nkora we bitimi asa adi no e se nkora bon se no mai nyambra se enya se wa oba Radinya kupo na kana France squad wa sankora kwa ngeni kwa so omtanazi bi so omo ye yi omo san ba bi mu a emza no mo be ko so we nyina kan na Ghana bone na too much adoso o si wo mu nyina ka o si clear omo free ho enkora de minimum omo ba na minimum se sahaya na nkora omo di agro na mso mfie wo akiro ba na minimum se sankora we kura na etimi asa ade no
we show no me bad boys.
Oh, David, now won't me who and declare the we see we David. There's anybody one could be a woman. Oh, maybe I'm a da. Oh, my bonnet. But we no buy no be as some crowd in her. So, yeah, mammy, I could maybe tell one crown or more baho. It be did ye be. Now, Friday, I'm good in Bonissa. Once I'm come round to uncle Famon Coco to inquire Massimo, Massimo come up in for a debium. And Corangle get more per dear was successful. Near Nam 60 plus now, and I sank we are simply paying answer. I sank Yakum will be a Ama will be a Nipper Nassa. It says, can you buy from some kinds and now? Maybe I made that story the best at 10. And I may see that could be. But the young baby, my fans are open home coin. The area had dear. Mente bi omu ko baby na ko ye dia. Na no na o se omu busan kurani ma. Omu kire baby potty. Me the area had dear. Mente say so painful bi. Ewu ana bibisa.
Ni ami ese yenya wa han se ye hia bamba nkasa. Ko se me ebi to me nyame na yi mi tim. Na fia sorry about Sunday my boy best 11 years. The moto be fan kwasa ye nyame a enti bambo ne hia wa ha ko say e wo kwankasa udili sa uba ana wankasa mpo ye de obekọ nti e ha de ye ti won so yakoma ento ye yam nti bambo ne hia say sankola nketinketi o ma ye we so ma ye we deda say no ye so ma ye wie deda ansa na we ba nti no kwaresem ya yam sese ma ye wa ha yenim ko san kwala no ketenkete betimi ayesa adewe
afa nso muti se opinfo bi ayera wa ha
no de yentega wa.
Actually, I wasn't really surprised because after the incident we got to know that Nicholas guy has bad records when it comes to these types of criminal aspects, because according to even Castle Police Station, the CID said according to their record, it seems he has already been arrested 3 times or 4 times some years back. So I wasn't surprised to hear that they murdered someone, but I was really happy. Actually, I was really crying during the time they were narrating the whole thing as the whole thing happened. But
why were you crying? Of the suspect's house, which is Phyllis Nyako. We came here and the place is locked. We asked residents and they've told us that the family vacated the place the very day news broke that Phyllis Nyako and one Nicholas Kani allegedly killed Ishmael Abdullahi. We are going to follow up with Nicholas Kani's relatives to see if they are still there and get more information. So we followed up to Nicholas's home and we met his grandfather, who refused to speak to us on camera with the explanation that the case is still in court. The 2 teenagers, Phyllis Nyako and Nicholas Kani, are to reappear before the High Court on 20th September. My name is Ernestina Sewa Asante, reporting for GhanaWeb TV.
What can I say? Congratulations. The media these days is not easy. I think that you guys are doing your very best. And when I look at the team of people who are doing this work, I can only congratulate you and hope that this team will maintain and move on to achieve much greater things. But congratulations. You're doing a good job.
Having been subjected to public ridicule and backlash following her I'm not broke comment, which was passed about a year ago, actress Beverly Afaglo, who was recently rendered homeless after the fire outbreak consumed her home, stops all donations intended to assist her. Who lost? Who benefited from the Amrado Obibini beef? We table these for a riveting discussion on this episode of Bloggers Forum. I am Benefo Boabin Abrantipa. Thanks for joining us on Bloggers Forum. The show is sponsored by Cheesy Pizza. Cheesy Pizza has all you want, from juicy smoothies, jollof fried rice, spag, and meatballs. We have great deals for you all week round. Cheesy Pizza gives you the McCheesy combo every Monday and Thursday. With only 49 cedis, you get one small pizza, fries, and chicken, one cola drink at all branches. Tuesdays are Super Tuesdays at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Buy your Super Family Pizza at half price every Tuesday for 40 cedis at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Be part of the midweek bonanza every Wednesday. Buy and get one free at all Cheesy Pizza branches. And also remember to start your weekend with special jollof and fried rice from Cheesy Pizza branches every Friday. Call 026-4133-397 to place your order. 026-4133-397. Cheesy Pizza, your way. And the man who recently got married, you see, in this building right now, we have two people who got married there. Ben is DNA fresh. Romeo DNA, he said that fresh kakre, but on this table, you know, he's the odd one out. Why honeymoon? The last time we spoke, now. You know the interesting thing. I sent him a message. I said, "Oh, Charlie, me try to move." Oh, Maka, me, you're gentleman. Charlie, congrats. Oh, Jai. You see, them and they say, you represent all of us. You understand? So when you are able to hit the nail on the head, I say two champagne mouth. Charlie, I'm out drinking. Now I hear you saying.
Oh, no. No, I said, I just said difference. When did you able?
It means that when you are going home, make sure that you have some chamber be reserved for your Fiadiane. That's our Subeshi. McDonald Nana, sorry, aka Romeo. He's a columnist and Medina Social Welfare Assemblyman. He's a married man, so he's off the market. Charlie Faring in a check man or a fetch.
About him, do some.
I saw him fan show us and now you do some.
A man so will say, Meduba for lunch. Nay, the material Nama Woody, and I'm into for our area.
Nane already working Nane 18 is with onePlayAfrica.com. Or no meneno the same soup. It is a room you ever family car. Also, I see now. There's a boys no me no my underground. I mean,
say me home James my nephews.
Okay.
I also don't talk what.
Say that you content. Come and see what
YouTube online. Charlie. Right, Amadoni is on standby with Nkomo Honene. Atadena was saying ni penny them.
Now what tree my son so atrimitibium. One me by dreams entertainment industry there same baby akoso. Amadoni ma baby from Genesis to Revelations. Near course so afa wasuma one team chirimun. Ma baby na ma bant. Mama yen try who sesia. Na yen fen Nkomo hon embesomo. And hina na eko mama yemfa eye nwum to ni Sydney very much Sydney en shase odin sem bia betudwa we de nya ona money Africa money no kan o twemo ono de onje onyakopondi ai na so ne ba Jesus Christ ono na ojeni de obi besem se nchiremu ne kosi sen Sydney twema Jesus Christ ono no oba wiase ha bewu je nkrofo nkwa nti se gidi bi baba mpo a no obeka so oji bibidia eye Jesus Christ no ojeni di na eye ne papa work say God the Father the Son and the Holy Spirit na God we so ti ne nsani fa so ho baby o se de bi onu de onje ndi sa God no onje ndi but Jesus Christ oje Jesus Christ ama wo se wo de wani di aya nkomo na watwi bia nkomo se na me de bremwa be wo sa aya kofo bi wo ha na watwi bia won di mpiem ai eye Empress Gift ni din so asanso apie na watwi list mu Gift na din sem bia beto jo chema gospel musicians am okrom ha Ghana ha ye ka mo ye hypocrite ai mo sorry am say secular music phone wa wo bo secular songs no won sha dance sum na me ne ade Ebenum kwampo de abetudwa so wo ye nnwumtuni gospel musician na se wo ni secular artist funu ye nnwuma ene de emfa kwan so kora nyanya nyesa na nkopon kai bible no enyesa nti wo si mo fa mo ho frafra eye wiasefo no eye empress ochema ono de eye mo mo secular songs no bebre ye ne nanfofo obetumi ni wa ye adwuma ne nnwom so otie bi fine nti mamo nka se mo na gospel for mo na musum na mechen eye secular music we say de munja na mo ye hypocrite ankasa na watching na me betche me so because so eya amrado no bibini wodi asie ni ananka mo amohwe nim san kamrado be drop this track bi amo bibini mama hu say amfasa akwan no so sa line de mpm na eyo bibini interview bi okoi na ode ne top rappers e wo krom ha tudwa na makofo hwe say o ka rappers wo krom ha de na amfasa akode anka wo de e na say wa san committee ho abopo e na o che say onu no ankasa na nipem o se akode enka ne top 5 e bia okeka na ka e ko 10 ho be bia na ode ne behim nkofa chema ase obibini ahomaso kakra bi eya aba ho saa o se nipa antina wiase nyesa eya bulldog na no atonsemi o chema asem no obibini kan de emfa kwan mu wu kra sakode ni wa yenwum we feature ma yenwum collabo fine na afa de aba na wo kase onka wo top rappers o se sara person na wo bo won dis mo ye top 5 o mo kra ene na obetumi akọ interview wo kra wo mbo di nkan nti sa de ya munja onipa no obo homode nti bra ho ase next anyways na enche bia no so be one of the best rappers na ma homa so mba ho na nka se sakode enka rappers o se asem na wo kan de one kan ye kra Semwa we be to just say eye Bevlia Faglo Ghanaian actress eja 20 just say pants cry we nya biamfa bibia hyewe na nsem yi ba na amafo keka won sa asaka kra na wo se wo ye nemboa Yvonne Nelson any Chase and singer Chase omu raise eye GoFundMe account bi man na chese anka wo se $20,000 we raise abwan se na be betumi de atwa ho kakra na nkomo yi bei Beverly management cried the mobile money number be betu dwa se mo pese mo ye ne bo cause na we say oh how we receive calls oh since asem ya to ye then e betumi aya abo ano nti based on reaction feedback na wonya na so okay ne ye the same number yi betu dwa aya ne say ye boa sister na fede nkofo afechi say sister you cry video be betu dwa some time ago be na oka say I am not broke I work hard for my money na mu use against no sister yiti e de areho ne sa tete ne sa kasa na mu kasa twun wo se mayawo na me bia kane ni kunu ni extended family ase Ghana father na mu yesa asema to this is the time anko hia mu mboan afede binum say video no ye ni nti also owoska we inherit properties for ni late that nti sa scan mu ye fa ho ka wo san ka won first scan kwan ko boa won wo go hospitals baby we say eye make bia munjai se sie die waka che Yvonne Nelson say eye GoFundMe account no won twem won seize mobile money ni so management be to dwan o say eye on pebim mo am discuss and this so wonka on fentwa no kakra so odamase but scan die on pebim baby ye video bi e wo ko Instagram live sister yi krampo di che say wo bo worship pa won say why basa ni ase no sunya no say eye ma ye bi ejai nti Beverly chema on pes can biom asanso the two just so make come say alright but so o hwese na nya manyi na ehyewe bra wa bonyi na ne nya ma ehyewe o mu say scan entumi boa na nya ne nya manyi na but odamase na asem yi bai na eye Beverly so person o take opportunity no explain this video na nkofo use against no o chema eye last year ho baby and oko interview bi na presenter ni chema nsem otete won fama mu say o wo sam papa bi e wo land on sponsor no ni plane ticket na your tomorrow say Hassan be na working oba ware for to say me me ye medwuma me koba de ade na mutumi ka say oba me bi na attitude scam o say asem na muka na it was an attack against their marriage and ntu no so de ahomete e ba e be catch him say she's not broke she works hard for her money nti ene say asem aba na mugina asem no so na mo de akeka sister ye nim so say de ye mark ye bi eja nti say de opese on na ebusuan wonya asumdwe nti Ghanafo mo am keka mo sase na ye but onje donations ni biom man for sa akodi obedi pombe de wakasa ochema akom ha se ubakasa o we de oye top celebrity oko baby ankofo nim no sa akodi de just enya Ghana ha kwa oko outsider de bia ne waka ne se Ghanaian rapper sa akodi we je ni di ankasa and some of the abetu do recent interview on One Play Africa ochema eye fame no or enjoy ochema ono person ko live normal life say obia o to meet control the kakra on social media because o yes akodi nti na nkofo afa na won generalizing to me live normal life anko bi kan ni pema kan ka obeya Michael but sa akodi de won say boss akadua na won say o celebrity but ochema eye fame no o enjoy crap yet one common so na what you mu beka ya me sure say na bibi koso amrado bibini wo ko other side nso na abna kokon A+ na koso de dending say dey ejabo say dey wosi one settle one difference na one boom picture bi be to via wo chema abna kokon na ekostra A+ was so no caption say dey peace is prevailing nti na nka ntokon na wo mu na etu atwa wo beka nsem na ekoso ma eye wo be yes a one peace eyi asem yi A+ na o say abna kokon ho asem so tutu bi ma no okọ ni page aka say na anybody I say improper fraction did be me ma gay yi ni ade o chema person o discipline na next time o kan ko fun sama ono no kwa me A+ wan boni din wom asem o kan na ko chema eye plus size fa kasefo kakra wo krom ha say wakasa etia wo A+ so ba azo be ka so say asem na o kan ni dey say na body shemi eye mo ye kese wo krom ha dey mo fa change say dey asem na ekoso wo A+ ene abna kokonde ye dey hwa mami mbisa wo aya wari dodo ne wafeni se polygamy ba brofuma woni je ho na se wo se wo de so wo wari obi ankwa na pese wo tena na wo ti mu de aya Dr. Kweku Otin, CEO of Angel Group of Companies so den se bia betudwa ono no mama fuche ma wo yiri mu abiesa binim se do so sa ba ne enim ni se ye biesa na yenim o chema nhira wom because ebi wo ho no ma wa wari o okofa side check ne side check be ne wo ho kan crown to me kan ne nyina na ne yiri tifie na so no de ni pem ono so ye Christian you right but o hwe Bible ni ma baby enu an wa cho say obarima de so ware obia ba ko nti ono de ni botayo de se news so obaware mnya bebre no ewo eye ni kwan mu akos enhira wom kos ofo obia na wo hwe ne ba ni nyina yankopon abode na wo hwe so nti sa de ne de wo ya yankopon so ebe hira nti o kire ma mo a mo ware a mo say 1:1 na mo wie mo san so ko fa side check ne sa nyama anka be yanka mo ware dodo no kra anka be bom nti mo njai sa dimana mo kana se obi a ware dodo a mo ka se we de enya kwan mu enfa Bible mo se sa de ne de enyampa. If you ask me say I want to, yes I do. I Becca you and I met two rooms and said I need to work and there. Young found to change. Becca and I watch here on a new kunu. I Toby, while named Toby Sani, the Nigerian husband. One celebrating almost 3rd wedding anniversary. Now Becca make you post because man you look at you so for the anniversary. No person called Shana or Nigeria. It's an come home and parking in Yama Becca so parking Yama could do airport. One handing over a ticket to Paris. You know she say na sanka Nigeria na wakopie mu Paris o chema ni kunu one na afefa nyema bebre mu ba odan yakopon asese se na nka wa ama won nya 3rd year in marriage no on kan fa anka won ho na nka wonya 100 years in marriage sana Becca ese if you are not going use of because amanfo na nkosofo anka won ahya sofo tare de na nka mo friend fia no de anka fa ho ben so wo de wani de social media wo so a we say video bi betudwa wo chema priest bi a wo St. Monica's College of Education ono na wo say mo frɛ bi aya ade nti anka obo wa baso anka obo wa baso anka ma won kwatena ase afi de mo frɛ ya wo gina ho wo teacher trainees wo she won no smart na the puppet ma min chira na eko so fi ya said atare na na ye green kakra o gina ye puppet so na wa frɛ girl ba ko oba na we no smart na we feel na no so ye be ho na mo frɛ ya wo ye teacher trainees wo boje so ntiatia mu ni ade obi na ye video na video e betu dwa na mo say no so for dem kan won tina ase nyesa Bible ni mu e wo mo say bi wo so say kiss each other with the holy kiss they say they want to a priest in kwa say holy kissed priest now asem ye ekwa na mafudi wan tutum they say the school no St. Monica's wan saki priest ono na wo say sanso say na ye school ni lawyer asem ni dem kwafo chema entwaye no kissing ba kokran the last girl o man ni yiri no so say na sister yi kan ni nje hu ni ade o twetwe ne hu ni ade o so na anu feel na anu chese ne na nyina ga yi ma so na won say we de wan anya ade ko be po akase won kire no na ye wo ha ne ne etie mikanya me ade a che prophet Kofi Oduro ono so de na anu a che mo che ma Christopher we de ma mo nkata so kra na we de tan kra ye niwu nti o che ma osofo ne senka wo arrest no na wo ma emra no anidi
asofo mpedifo na de impression kwa na aba papa sofo ayase ya wetimi ejina asori dem mo fifi girls wano tia ni aganya me adwenjira ma tia wen man kanyam kwase ade a abai obi sha sofo tade etimi di jimi sei lanu kwase dan kwa na me ka wo F5 service se asofo tade no yemfa nyimi tie de me ka no wo ne nyame mfrɛ wa akote gotem
also for kum church and so akebi ordinary no atumoche saade na ye priest ye so unmature eni wa sembe na we o se ntwamra kwam kra opufu bebrede wan no atutum African Education Watch just say GS kra wo se monkebi cause ye COVID-19 time kwafo she no sma na to make us obi yi anu ya odubo wan no na kwado bo anu bo bako ebiesa ada na wo yesa ntama fuche ma osofu na wo ye die ntwe ye kra na nkwanso ada na wo kisi sa hefa na wa atwa Bible na wo se enyo ye yi holy kiss na ye Bible ne kana na se we de wo se osofu na nkasa na mpese anka ode tew ne hot so kakra wo se na wo twensem no komo na ekoi na jama boabo no amede abesom ama broni da se ne mehiem ti abrantepa onu wa bedwafo munsom na monto asomaye.
Thanks, Amabroni, for the tidbits, we call it in Komo. For more of these, visit our website, www.GhanaWeb.com. Let me begin with Romeo and see the stories that you would want to start with.
There are myriad of them, and then they're catching my attention concerning Empress Gifty issue making about the hypocrisy of gospel artists. It's an undeniable fact that the kind of industry we have known in terms of gospel industry, and your experiences is here in the past, because first, what gospel songs are, the inspiration, it was packed with but you see, it's coupled with a kutia as a fashion avenue for display. Be actually ni makeup, ni trimming, and a whole lot. Just a handful of people and a proper gospel in recent times. To the level of hypocrisy in the the reason why I'm backing this comment is Abrante Obekai and Chebi a boy, a church boy, or a high life, a talent and a gift, a generational way. A is practically a virtuoso, a inheritance. Yeah. And our boy church I was saying Nipa Didi. I'm not sure this is our skill wins until the blending. A common if ya copy will be gospel way, so not gospel holier than thou group be sorry say and like that kind of criticism. It tells you say Christo nankasa pedro or fa one more say be almost same fata in that so be so so these people are even churning out or supporting good news to churn out good news. What is your beef? What you say? The selfishness and greed. And my gospel industry, share previously Tego sisters, daughters, Amy Newman. The list goes on and on. Like those era, you felt say. And Chebia, one of the shows, Nanama McBrown show, or hosting a legendary gospel artist. Merigansa mu kra ache. But you realize the aura even within that program, time those old women, share now share even their experience and their songs, It was felt. See, these are people who lived what they were preaching. See how you would know the difference between a gospel video and a secular video.
But we are the same people who had been backlashing them. Say, way back it was
flower.
Yes. So even now they are making it look more.
People have had modernized video. I'm just saying, like you can have your video, it's cool. But I'm telling you, these same people who are criticizing people for featuring secular artists dressed even worse than the secular artists. That is the angle from which I'm coming from.
Okay.
I feel that the hypocrisy there. Honestly speaking, people, some people have the voice, but I don't think they have the anointing for gospel. And they take advantage of it because they are secular. No, until break it through. Until the maminya gospel ni bisa. No, I am but gospel comes with a lifestyle. They say the hip hop, only lifestyle. What did they make an say? It comes with some kind of language bragging, and it dovetails into how people felt Obibini was bragging. Say That is the kind of lifestyle hip hop and rap ediba. it's meant to raise your status and lower that of those of others. It is obi a gospeler. I have a lifestyle of a hip hop person, but I'm a gospel artist. This guy, a friend is saying this.
No, but that's in our jurisdiction.
Yeah, within our jurisdiction.
Okay, because
somebody is a gospel artist.
That when you go to the
exactly
in America,
cool. We don't have a problem, but
they dress like the hip hop.
So if you feel it has nothing to do with your outfit, but what you churn out, then stop criticizing people for what they wear.
Okay, Nana. Then help.
I mean, I think one play he released 4-part series, episode 1 with Zach, and he made a certain comment that he would have loved to be famous. He would have loved to have his music and still be Michael. Fame is something that if you don't take time, and maybe I wouldn't want to use the word prepared, but if you don't take time, you can swallow it. Because most of the time, I've seen artists elsewhere who have managed their fame by just trying to be themselves. I mean, in so many names. Some of them ride bicycles in New York. You know, artists who are popular. I mean, the J. Coles, they ride bicycle. And they go to their favorite supermarket to go and shop and not put a lot of, how do you call it, noise or pressure on themselves. And I think mostly it's also because of how people see you. I remember 2 days ago, I was in La Paz trying to buy a chair. And the woman asked me, "Oh, the quiet and I'm so yeah, the quiet TV show now." I was to show me, and I showed him Sarkodie's, the bowl. I was like, "Oh, that's Sarkodie." And I'm going to say, "Nama, who named Sarkodie?" I said, "Oh yeah, my name is Paul, but you know, you know, in as much as artists want to be themselves, fans will not allow them to be themselves." And I know that for what he's saying, a lot of artists are going through it, but they can't come out and say it. Obuaha, he's going through a lot as an artist, as a star. So sometimes in the car, right to me, I say, but to even come out and pick even a taxi, it's a problem because he's a star. You know, so we have to try. If you're an upcoming artist or an emerging artist and you want to be famous desperately, you have to. Some of these things are things that help you to know what you are getting yourself into. Because sometimes if you pick an Uber and you talk and the Uber driver will say, ask my 2 boys of baby da. No, I can say on your one. Tomorrow, no, I can say,
now, when we were on campus, I'll be quite good go and a blind guy heard my voice. So he turned and was like,
I think I know that guy.
You know that guy?
I mean,
boss, sorry, you be Abranti. I said yes. So say, so I've been hearing your voice on radio and all of that. Oh, now the business, Massa, you can't cry, you could.
Oh, cabins, that's what Ganishi did.
I mean, in a nutshell, I feel that artists should prepare them. You can be an artist and be normal. I've said this to people a lot of times. You determine what pressure society gives you as a human being, whether you are famous or not. Yes, you may go out by you won't good line to watch it. You could bank crown and you a free line because it's out of reverence for what you do. But if you think that you want to be normal and they want to skip you out of the line, I mean it's just nice. Like what you do is just say, line, you know, so that people don't feel like somebody around.
Let's take a break. When we return, there are 2 main issues that we've tabled for discussion. Beverly Afaglo and then Amrado Obibini. We want to find out who benefited from the Amrado Obibini beef, and also Omabo brackets, and then we'll talk about the donations that they say yes will be a fanisika and bribra ma maniema neafe no be a timbia. Stay with us. It's Bloggers Forum on GhanaWeb TV. So last week it was Amrado and Obibini, each of them trying to justify why they deserve the crown, best rapper. Well, you know the background. In case you don't, Amrado went to Team Westwood, said in his rap that Akwaba friend Muso Yudini, boy Nabutre, you know catch there. And we know for the past 2 years, Obibini has been calling himself Rap Udini. rap Houdini. So he felt that this was a jab. Obibini releases a song titled Deceased. Amrado comes back with The Throne. Then Obibini comes back again. Carcass. He hits with Carcass. Amrado is quiet. He says there is no way he's going to continue. Obibini say, "Hey, oh boy, break. Then Obibini came back with Houdinis. That's so 3 against 1. Some are not happy that Amrado did not continue with the beef. In fact, we had that discussion last week. Nanea was saying that he knew Amrado was not going to reply, and that maybe I'll be reply crana or the be 2 stray bullets in the the 4 minutes to was a long, a lengthy song. So Uchim crana ne Obibini the Deceased and the Carcass no offer any reply. So Obibini has been embarking on media tour. In fact, I'm yet to find any radio station that hasn't, or TV station that hasn't interviewed Obibini. But Amrado is quiet. Obia Luso and Romeo.
Abranti. I think Obibini has always been a sleeping giant. There are people, even in sports, talented people who never enjoyed from their talents in terms of the profile. Just like some rappers, Obi said Gemini. Gemini is the issue when we talk about rap, but Gemini on not out there. But when you step on his toes, he will prove to you that when he has to do with the rap arena, he is one of the gods. What's the name can I say? Now, throwing a shot at any rapper, definitely he will reply. Obibini might not be active. Amrado, maybe like the concepts now when I'm saying the man Crawford, who know up and coming. And Obibini xylophone assigning no Juma or I said no I relax kakra. But I said step on the toes kakra no. I ginger natural say he wants to prove to people say he has a lot going. And a lot of people through this beef, I've been reading comments on Twitter and Usha. There are lots of people who had the name Obibini but did not follow. And this has been an avenue for an eye-opener for most people to know who really Obibini is. When even I'm sorry, freestyle the crowd, one of the Hits FM. And when it has to do wordplay, like Obibini is, he knows his game. Now, any rapper, Sarkodie was born out of beef. I remember those days in 2005, 2004, thereabout. Those days, there was a Tema Squad. D-Crime. Stonewall. Bebon Fly. Amansen Chami. Sarkodie.
Stage A.
No, I'm talking about like when I had
levels. Kasari level.
No, not Kasari level. We had a WhatsApp. It was a rap battle. It was being organized by my company, so I knew them. I was the one doing the pairing, so I knew them from close point. And Sarkodie has been the king of your friend saying the king of beef. Until Yapono then ABP and Yapono was also firing shots. A ban those beefs and not Yapono, but Sarkodie had the day like on any day. What's the American say? So if beefs are good for the industry, it is a throw shots, no reply, not say one reply, and I say a technical, they will lose. San will be a
oh, Samo.
And Obibini is benefiting. Because at the end of the day, all media, like you said, media houses, almost all media houses are interviewing him, and people are getting to know Obibini. So in the next track, Biana say, any serious work we are going to artists, people be curious to see the nitty-gritties of it, and then never man numbers. So sometimes beef, for rappers, they will train beef. Say strong man, say strong man is a good rapper, but Onya hates to say medical. It doesn't stop him from telling people that he's the best when it has to do with you and I. What's the mechanism? There are some artists who technically are blessed with commercial value. Others, if you are the type of rap your marketer, if you are and warm. The reason why people underrate manifest. And there are a lot of artists that are pure hip hop, like Ghanaians are sleeping on them. For example, Gemini. I don't know if there's any rapper in Ghana who can go toe to toe with Gemini. Like Abrante rappers, but I'm always a Manifest fan. But Gemini is the ish. But Obibini actually we say like he does it with so much alacrity in terms of his rap, effortless. And with all these brouhaha, I think say are benefited. But I'm also thinking say maybe Amrado is also planning something to surprise people. Because sometimes that's how people react. Maybe also per se, or also riding on it to shoot a sort of a business thing out of it. Indeed, also I was today able to keep it secretly. Even as you're throwing 1, 2, 3 at him, maybe in a second, but a bit me hiding. Our IP to me, but so far, we believe.
Nana, has the room beef benefited in any way? And who is winning? Who is losing?
Go on, say it. Edio. Okay, so Obibini, let me make this clear that Obibini and any other rapper like Gemini and Co, right? Ghana for and to another bus. As a matter of fact, I said it on xylophone. It became an argument. Say Obi Obeka say beef when I enyane Obibini me who no correct. You understand? But this is Ghana, where people don't follow you until somebody says somebody insults you. This is Ghana. Obibini was on 3FM, did a freestyle on Agaji. The line that Amado used to insult him said, "Ogusudi ashawo for la pass." It said it was a freestyle. Oh, yeah, was 3FM. That freestyle went viral. One of the biggest label boss owners in UK. He hit me up and make a yo, this is your freestyle go. Every day when he sits in his car, he plays his music. Shobibini IG account. He's always putting up videos, rapping, doing whatever. It's a fact that people place value on hit song, popular song, than good talent and artists, good artists. That's what it is. But and your beef way, and I'm out Obibini media attention. Obibini drop it, get a life. Shoot. He was everywhere. He was talking. He was doing an interview. He was doing everything that he had to do. So I need beef when I say beef where I wasting the time.
Oh, sir.
Yeah.
And then I'm wasting the time.
Because let me tell you something. Let me come to what Amado. I think my mathematics behind what Amado is doing. Now, every artist, like every company, they have a plan. Some artists, some companies say that okay, I'm going to for Q1. I'm going to focus, this is my target. I'm going to try and build visibility for certain products that I have. For Q2, I'll try and monetize the product. So I'll find ways and means to get people to love it, right? Obibini just released Shoots, and there's another song that was out. Energy should have, no, forget Shoots, sorry. Obibini just released Yardi, and remixed to Yardi, with Stone Boy on it. And he said this beef has helped him. When everybody's playing Kakas and Disease, that will not be played, get him bookings for a show. When Yardi is fire, when Yardi became an organic hit without him going out of any radio stations to get promoted. Come on, let's be sincere. Musically wise, this thing has wasted Obibini's time has helped Amado. Because Obibini is already known as a rapper. And you're more than a Mundinichi. You guys were not following him. You guys don't patronize his music because you thought, say, oh, yeah, major hit. Obibini became a hit when he had Ashimi with Kiddy. Oh, yeah, man, oh, that, and you can't know, and say, Kiddy, he's always been working. Energy, where would you come around and they talking about a beefy? Who's getting the most hype talk about Amrado without even being there? Because when he sits in front of you, your first 2 questions is about Amrado. Before he goes, it will be about Amrado. Because Amrado hasn't replied to him yet. The boy is wasting his time. He is wasting Obibini's time. And he is benefiting. I'll come to why he's benefiting. Just imagine that Obibini has shot a video for Yadi after the disease, and I dropped the visuals for Yadi, like how Amado did with Outside. Like by now, when he goes for the interview, Yadi will be in the conversation because a stone boy was so. Such a great song. How do you live it and go and back and fight? How do you do your mathematics? Such a big song. A big hit automatically. You know, Obina Kobo, you know, cyber out, and people say, "Wow, this song is crazy." Then all of a sudden, you leave that song, the remix that is big, has a bigger artist on it, and then you go and fight. And I'll go fighting. So only the Ghana for you. Fighting nation, they're going to say, "Oh, could be area." Sasa. What do you mean, Papa Neba? That was okay because media can't play you twice in a certain month. Audience will lose. They will lose audience. So you have to wait for some time, a month or a week or two, before you can go another round. That time, you know, ABT.
Where has Amrado benefited?
One first point. Amrado is a content creator. Per plan, Osha Amrado growth in recent time has all been content. Talk about me. The more talkability, the more I become a home name. Tagged with rap. Obi, in this battle, I've never heard anybody say, "Look, I'm in Kabida." Say he doesn't know how to rap. Obi, Jitum said, Obi Bini knows how to rap. Amado has been fighting to be tagged with, "I know how to rap," ever since he came into mainstream. With this thing, they get to cement it. Boom! That, yeah, he's how can rappers are. But what did you have? Because on it, Bakwa, the more do I head to head. I'm a free promo.
3-1 near head to head.
3-1 what?
The 3-1 they rap.
Yeah, to it. I go to Akraba.
Sam,
let me 3-1. I'll come to that part.
I'm at 3 punches.
Up to 10. I'll tell you something. So that's the first one. Now, Amado's career. Over 20 episodes. But yeah, hey, Cotton West Wokasa is a content creator. Why Bako? I ginger the YouTube, I ginger the way. Okay, do I put my energy there? No. Let's get into the next phase of the content creation. I saw him post a picture of him in the industry. Some of the industry people. I could see Ernest was inside. Some people was inside. I'm not sure. Say business as usual. Wait, it's coming. He's a content person. You see, or the Obi Christmas, or double the numbers now. You will not know how to come because when he's ready and he comes again and hits you, the same people who said, "Obi, give it to him," will say, "Obi, Abba." Then on those another content. No must pause it because per his plan only plan or two big songs. When Japan only mini big song now. Me push say you better tag me as a rapper. Now me need best rapper. I'm in a depression cry now. What am I saying? Now the second thing that I'm always benefiting is this, right? In all the country, everybody's talking about one boy who has not replied a certain rapper, even Amrado. So what happens? They could check it, boy now and say, "One reply," and I buy and say, "What you from beef and me one." They could check it and say, "Oh no, I say, oh yeah, deal." Now I'm follow. You can find say, "And see, oh no, waste your time, no, or the whole time when they now press now open out when the Amrado, or they build any fan base free." Or they put in the fan base for free. For free. Obienu Obeka say Amado has not benefited from this thing. It is clear. If Obibini comes to GhanaWeb Bloggers Forum today, your first 3 questions, your last 2 questions will be about Amado. So he's in it. He's winning big time. Let's come to the songs. Yeah, beef. Oh yeah, beef and I'm reply. The longest hip hop reply in Ghana history. Of a beef.
We recorded that whole now. Yeah, no.
How they manifest a rapping, God MC that. So, sir, how they freestyler or bone, you know, or to make us a sound line be Eddie shame. Am I only who been recorded? So you feel that he just did it. So how they they're not on trying to wear. Come on, you shouldn't go there, crowd. Now you do a song, then I guess realize that I've showed you that I can rap. So I don't have to prove myself again. That's Amado. I have shown you that whatever we come to do, I can reply you. Because my man did even 3-4 hours and I'm a reply. My reply. 2. Say Opa drop 10 songs, I won't mind you. You are in 2 downs. And they say we will be ham. Kasa. Nani Pana Namuchan Honoko. Unim say we knew. So when we knew, so casting me and you. So casting me and you don't even know, right? And see, in mentally, if you're not strong, it will haunt you as a rapper. So you'll be forced to be dropping because they all say, Anna, and I say, hey, the kakas no mungedu. I'm dropping Udini, Udis, or whatever. I'm dropping for. It's hunting you. So he's actually living rent free in your career if you're not a strong rapper. I always be moving on. Because wherever you go, has Amado replied to you yet? No. Or don't have like I said, oh, then you kill him. Who don't know what I say? It's like you have no mind now. I'm telling you, you ask a rapper, you'll be thinking about all these things. All these things. So the boy has nothing to lose. This is what I think the boy is doing.
Quickly.
A certain content is coming, a certain song, something is coming. Like I said, I know. Amado is picking something good from SAC. A stray bullet that will ginger another song, probably a commercial song from him, will hit Obi, and Obi will be forced to reply and will sell that song. If I was Obi, I would stop, focus on getting the Yadi video ready, the remix video ready, put all the energies in it. Today, 4 months later, 5 months, if I'm doing another song, and I want the people to get attention on the song, I'll just do that.
Romeo, should Obi continue the beef, even as Amrado is quiet, and I said,
I feel Obi actually the pedigree. I want to short for money sakodi. Until I say one say short now to cry. Utimun say or expect another quarters. Some beef for another quarters. I said or why didn't the gap of space? See there Obi be back out be cry or you mistake no balance and you good and then the carrier echo cry. So I feel say he would also use this avenue or enjoy free publicity or be sure say like now is saying if he goes round definitely he will talk about his new project and he's getting like free publicity in that regard because I say if also need and once because say who win battle see there you become the king of rap so say BBS say no be winning I can say akwawe and say there are a lot of talented rappers in Ghana. Around the Akwawe way, na me beside the Kontakra way. When you rap, we jai na wabet na GhanaWeb say we ejuma. Kontakra away. People are talented, but they feel say this country, honestly speaking, you've known me as a poet.
Yeah.
But the inspiration to write is not
Kontakra. So, let me tell you what Kontakra is like I'm saying. You see, this beef thing with Obi, I'm make with facts. So Kontakra has been working. Just a few days ago, Kontakra released a new project. Few days ago, the new song about the people of Ghana. If you are an artist and you're going to listen to them when somebody insults you, they will mess you up because Kontakra has been working. Kontakra has a show on radio in the Eastern region, Koftown. I'll put 2 rappers in Koftown on. Big time. He's been doing it. He's been working.
Abantepa. Say, meaning tiny. Since meant tiny in Candy. Say, Obi. Echo hitting not any bar. Definitely, we work as a winning amana about so if you're a rapper, you need that caveat. I say, wow,
you don't.
So
you are basing. This is the point.
You may be. I just want to situate the conversation. You may be releasing, you may be active,
but no one.
But it is not. It is not making the waves. It is different from you sleeping and not releasing. But then again, someone will also argue that if what you are releasing, if what you are putting out there is good enough to catch the attention of the people, you wouldn't have gone unnoticed.
Okay,
no, it's not true.
It's not true.
It's not.
Okay, my memory. Let me make a point. Once I boy with a friend saying, oh, they release assemble that this boy
Black Sheriff.
Black Sheriff was system no more did that. Or a singer.
Yes.
It's a good singer. But it's asking in Namfa we bread. So you need that hook. Rapper be the opening hook. And then internet has the whole Ghana will be a new hook and sing guru. You need a hook before people would delve into the real talent you have. And then the boy sa called here, sir, miawe happy wato, good. Sir, track no. Sir, called the No, I'm just telling you that sometimes you need that hook for people to have a proper assessment of your work before they accept you.
But before you did that song, then people know news are
Exactly.
What you are saying is even, what I say is even different. It's like a conversation. What we are saying is, don't base your judgment of an artist on a hit song, because hit songs are relative. For all you know, you are here saying that Guru, I've heard somebody, a media person say Guru Atonso, and say I'm here because I didn't hear only his song. And I'm saying, are you serious? The person gets released, I can't feel my face. Featuring Yalbek and Kimaga. I say, okay, man. Say, what the conversation is that the artists are working. They are. You have a preference of what you want to focus your mind on. The fact that saying do one just say any hit song, because in some drumming, when he stands on the stage and he drums that song, everybody is shouting. So what's a hit song? This is Black Sherif Asma Okene. Black Sherif drops Ankonam right now. It's a problem. Money is a problem. The only thing is that he has now gotten his hit song. But before the hit song, he's been working. How is it that Obrafo must do a song before it's Obrafo? But Kendrick Lamar doesn't have an album. 4 years, no album. Fan base has not gone anywhere. They are still there. Kanye West just put up 2 shows at the Mercedes Center in ATL. Before that, he has never given us any album. When he announced the show, the ticket sold out in 2 hours. Make any Ghana artist, even your Sakari, let him try that. He will say that 1 year I won't release a song. That's the end.
Samini tried something in Tamale.
Romeo wrap up.
Because the people, I'm telling you, listen, there are no fan bases in Ghana. The people, if like make Wale talk say
there are fan bases in Ghana, but there are no loyal fan bases in Ghana.
If you allow fan base, couldn't you release a song? Where are the Kudenchi fans? Where are they going to release a song? This recently we listen to
only fan base is that Lumba. I feel say we need more of these. I was say industry know each other. I feel say me say me say e be as accordingly manifest. Free no more project. I like it, but along the line I say confusion me banner rap like hits the them.
Okay, we are taking a break, and when we return, we'll talk about the donations that they say will be a fanisika and bribra ma niema neafe no be a dia tembia or. Stay with us. It's Bloggers Forum on GhanaWeb TV.
Hi, my name is Nanama McBrown. I'm proud to be part of GhanaWeb Road Safety Campaign. Please, do the right thing. Save a life. Brim.
Welcome back. It's Bloggers Forum on GhanaWeb TV. The name is Abrantipa. Nani Aredu is with OnePlayAfrica.com. Romeo McDonald Nanea Asari is a columnist and a politician, Mandina Social Welfare Assemblyman. So last week we had a discussion on Beverly Afaglu, the actress whose house was consumed by fire. The house was at Tema Community 9. Now, when the incident happened, Yvonne Nelson and some other showbiz personalities decided to, mobilize support for her, so that at least she can find a place to lay her head, because the house was completely burnt and she lost her merchandise, her jewelries, almost everything. Now, when the call for donations was made, a video surfaced. There was a video that had been recorded about a year ago that the actress Beverly Afaglu was reacting to some suggestions or rumors that her marriage was about to collapse, and there were, you know, some issues with finances and all that. So she came out to say that she was not broke. In fact, she works hard for her money. So based on that comment, some people said, go back to your investment. So when all these were going on, she did a video. It was a 41-minute video. Now she says that she has put a stop to the donations, and all those who were, you know, insulting her, who were lambasting her, all those who were criticizing her, and using that video as reference, you people, you don't have sympathy at all.
1983, I was born in that very house, Community 9 in Tema. I got married and I got out of that house from my single room. Yes, I'm entitled to just a room and a toilet in my family house. I never rented, I never stayed with any man. I married from home and I went out. 8 years down the line, we decided to come back home because renting a 3-bedroom house in any part of Ghana is not cheap. So I suggested to my husband that my mother has a land, so we can build something and manage it till we build our own dream house. I didn't pack my children, my house help, and myself from my 3-bedroom house to my single room that I left behind. We built. My husband and I built our house ourselves. It was our sweat, our money that built the part of the house that I was staying in. The pattern looks the same, because you cannot come to an old house and start building a story building by the side just because you're building a new house. I have to follow the plan and do exactly as how the house looks like for me to just get my space. I built it to continue. So looking at that house like that, obviously you think it's a full house like that, but they are apartments. My house is gone. My shoe rack alone is 8 feet high and how many width? But I've never showed off before. I cannot count the things I've lost. I cannot count the number of suitcases of even what my husband married me with, the cloth and everything. And people sit down on TV stations, radio stations, fake blogs and insult me, insult my family with what we are going through. We are traumatized. We are traumatized. My mother's property, that is a 9-bedroom house with a living room, toilet and bathrooms in 5 of the rooms there, with a kitchen. Everything is down to 0. You don't sympathize with us. Anybody who doesn't have empathy for this, you are evil. You are not human. Unia Badayekra said, the woman who is 78 years old, the lifetime memories is all gone. Her lifetime memories is all gone. I built my house and moved in just a year ago. Just last year, early last year. I bought my block. I bought my cement. I bought my paint. I bought my I did my tiling. I did my electricals. I did carpentry. I did plumbing. I bought my sink. I bought my toilets. I fixed my kitchen. I fixed my kitchen cabinets. So what didn't I build? My sin was building on my mother's land. That is the sin that my husband and I did, because we built on my mother's land. That people have to insult us, degrade us to nothing. Ade, Dana Mayo, my Joe boy, my Juku, my young mammy, me dear Drubia Toso, my Jewe Juma, Dana Mayo. If I've done anybody wrong, please forgive me. Let us have a quiet life. We are going through a lot. Leave my name alone.
So that's Beverly Afablo expressing her disappointment in some of the remarks that were thrown at her. Let me begin with Nanea. Last week when we were having the discussion, Nanea made mention that wow, yes, I did. Would Beverly attempt based on the video that she recorded a year ago, and she was addressing an issue next to 3 more than Nana.
Around here.
Beverly say it's okay. Enough donations, and she's not taking again.
Yeah, I mean, it's very sad. The Ghana for more internet, so the Brunei are very sad. They are depressed. Ghanaians on the internet, like social media, Twitter, they are very sad. It's either they do it on purpose or they are sad in real life. Like,
say this.
Yeah, like recently, a lot of things have been picking up on social media. A star goes to do a billboard in another country for his music listening. Now we have a trust here, John Guy. You go pay money, make them promote him. Like, people are sad in Ghana. So I'm going to be good stars in social media. I said, to me, I'm going through a certain process. So when I get to one, by now you've entered the ground. So in Beverly, a normal on your star, and a normal a year, and I say, we a normal lady. Why worry? Oh, Bob, I don't make sure now all of a sudden you lose everything at one snap of a finger. Ask yourself, will you be okay in the right state to even comprehend what is happening to you? Say you wouldn't your bank out where. So I think people do these things on purpose. You get what I'm saying? They do it on purpose. Obu hane any person say be odi watem and say and I don't know whether okotwe sa video ne ba obenya followers intino. I don't know what they do. I don't know what they want from the stars. Your masters too much pressure, unnecessary pressure. So if she's called it off, me when I heard that she's called, I was very happy. Me, I wish they come back and say, if you can refund the money to the people, refund the money to the people. Now he will take care of her because you see, I made that I don't just say whatever I said in my previous video, I lied. Even if I have a single room that I'm renting out to someone, she's not lying. So I only need or your co-owner, so she's not lying. The fact that somebody has been blessed by God and you are not, and you will time here, no, I don't know how Ghanaians think. I came to maybe read the comments, no. Like it was so sad. Now say as they say, you need to now lingerie shop.
Shopping.
And also attempted the ever. People can't even pick the humor in the thing that the guy did. The wife said your parents coming to me and Phoebe. And it's becoming something like a tension, tension around. You need to be a bit diffuse. Tension and also attempt the Is it that you as a young boy you can't buy lingerie for your wife or a girlfriend so we could even money in the year and you was young until say is it because of say need the action thing say the way dimpo into me to lingerie man to come and or come and then come on if she's called off Charlie emi ento anye ntia here obi anko na sem ko ne baby but these same Ghanaians when I mean Pengu if she should fall right now oh Beverly here oh this, oh that, oh this. Come on. It's just too much.
Romeo, last week you weren't here, but I'm sure you've been following the issue.
I agree perfectly with what Nana already said. That video was a reply to people hurling some issues at her concerning her trip to and fro London. That there was another man who was buying stuff or buying tickets for her. She had to clear the air because her marriage was at stake. Yeah, it was okay, but sometimes the reason why people like Jackie Appiah, you hardly hear them speak. No matter the negatives being spread across, you will not hear them speak. And silence is always a perfect language to a fool. And I felt that video, she was angry, but it wasn't necessary to me. If she had management, they could have done it through a blogger or maybe put out something. so that there won't be that kind of print on you. The reason why I pick PR or spokesperson for people, for instance, if the president has a spokesperson, the spokesperson said, excuse my language, Ebia, Madina Fonina, Moyemwa. It's the president's spokesperson. That can be corrected because he bit me or bit master be outside. But when the president himself says it, it's unwashable. So if you throw it, you're peeved, throw it to your PR or whoever handles your media stuff. So that it's as if the person is speaking for you, but indirectly, you know. But when the video happened that way, Ghanaians are so petty to the extent that when she goes like, she's not starved, she's not poor, she's so broke. Of course, who will tell himself, me, I'm not broke. Only about you are not broke. Only you are not broke. You will not wish that even on yourself, say you are broke. No. You get it. And then I'm following people who go like, okay, if you're not broke, it's a house that is bent. At least your account isn't bent. But all these things are so insensitive to the extent, disasters can befall anybody. A bit mad at Ubia. The mistake in the GoFundMe thing was that there were some class of people around her, classy people, like both home and abroad. They could have just met
and supported her.
But throwing it out there, for me, management supported that endorsement when Iwan Nelson proposed it. If they were looking for $20,000, just among them, they could have gotten it without anyone getting wind of it. So, you say, Benkum Papa, and say,
okay.
If they meant to really help her in that situation, it was needless to put it out on a GoFundMe thing because there are poorer people out there. This guy has surgery. This conjoined twins were not sure that Nabe savage situation. And I think we have class of people who could easily have resolved that problem. So for me, that was where I saw a bat in this whole thing. So to the mechanism, because there are people out there too. Are we using GoFund for them? But Obia on a class of friends, you can't go blame anyone else and say, "Watch Beverly, $5,000 now, $2,000," and maybe Sonny Badu, maybe I'll say, for this my sister, $2,000. You could have just guarded yourself. Maybe if there are this mega churches, big pastors, it's just a proposal that this is what has befallen our sister, and this is what we want to do. So since this is a community, we feel you can reach out to her and stuff. That $20,000 now more can they could have gotten more.
So that's my last one. A Saturday, I'm profile. I'm in profile. So one play bold conversation with Saturday, episode 2, Sunday 8 p.m. on One Play Africa YouTube. If we are so grateful for the feedback you guys have given us so far, we like it. But episode 2, 3, and 4 are crazier. Trust me. You will never hear Sack speak like this. That's why you've never seen him on any other platform after our interview. So Sunday at One Play Africa on YouTube, Saturday episode 2. You don't want to miss it.
All right, that's Nane Aredu with OnePlayAfrica.com. McDonald Nane Asari, aka Romeo, is a columnist. The show has been sponsored by Cheesy Pizza. Cheesy Pizza has all you want from juices, smoothies, jollof, fried rice, spag, and meatballs. We have all great deals for you all week. Cheesy Pizza gives you the McCheesy combo every Monday and Thursday. With only 49 cedis, you get one small pizza, fries, and chicken, one cola drink at all branches. Tuesdays are Super Tuesdays at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Buy your Super Family Pizza at half price every Tuesday for 40 cedis at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Be part of the midweek bonanza every Wednesday. Buy and get one free at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Also remember to start your weekend with special jollof and fried rice from Cheesy Pizza branches every Friday. Call 026-41-3339-7 to place your order. Cheesy Pizza, your way. A reminder that the GhanaWeb Road Safety Campaign is still ongoing. As part of our 22nd anniversary, we want to reduce the rate of accidents on our roads and save lives and properties. So if you see anything that poses as a danger to lives and properties, kindly alert us. We are interactive on all social media platforms at the GhanaWeb. You can also send us an email, newswires@ghanaweb.com. 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 The GhanaWeb Excellence Awards nominations are still open. Deadline for submission is August 31, and so nominate whoever you want to be part of the Excellence Awards scheme. Send us a mail, awards@ghanaweb.com, awards@ghanaweb.com, or check our website www.ghanaweb.com, and you find forms of you find nomination forms randomly placed in our stories. So nominate whoever you want, and remember to support your nomination with reasons. So if you want to nominate Nania 18 or Nania Redu as blogger of the year, you nominate him and say, for the past this number of months or years, he's been doing A, B, C, D. That's why you are nominating him for the award. If you want to nominate McDonald Nania Asari, aka Romeo, who has recently met Juliet, do same, and let's know why you are nominating him. So 31st August went nominations, and then we'll bring back the people that you nominated after the faculty have sat to do a short list for you to vote. So that's for the GhanaWeb Excellence Awards. Thanks for being a part of this episode of Bloggers Forum. I am Benefo Boabin Abrantipa.
Continue thriving and obviously achieve higher, and everybody knows that even though I'm not working with them again, but my personal relationship with the owner and many of the management and the staff, it is where my heart is. So I wish them very well, but I'm sure that even without wishes they will still do very well.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the fact and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you are denying funny face. It's not my brother. You are denying funny face. I don't know him. You don't know funny face. It's not my brother. You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Boabin Abrantipa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
Welcome to the Lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. This program brings to you the hard truth, the facts, and the fears. My name is Ni Akwe Ismail Akwe. 23rd August 2021 marks 230 years since the beginning of the uprising in Santo Domingo, today Haiti and the Dominican Republic. This played a crucial role in the abolition of the transatlantic slave trade. To mark this day, the world commemorates the International Day for the Remembrance of the Atlantic Slave Trade and its abolition. Our question is, what is the depth of enlightenment of African Americans on slave trade and their connection to the continent? We would have this discussion with our guest, who is the founder and president of a Washington, D.C. based African cultural edutainment, resource and consulting group. This is the Lowdown. We'll be right back after this break. Welcome back to the Lowdown. My name is Ni Akwe Ismail Akwe. Our guest is the CEO and founder of the Edinkra Group, Diallo Sambri. Welcome to the Lowdown.
Thank you so much for having me in your new studio.
Thanks a lot.
Greatly appreciate it. Good to see you again, too.
Yeah, good to see you again. The last time we spoke, you were the first African American to be Ghana's tourism ambassador.
Yes,
so
sir.
are you still in that role, or is over now?
I'm still in the role. As far as I know, I'm still in the role. I still have a very healthy relationship with the Minister of Tourism, with Ghana Tourism Authority, with the Beyond the Return Committee, so it's going well. I mean, naturally, like everyone else, COVID has taken precedence, but I think we're all working steadily to make sure that Ghana's tourism industry stays afloat.
Yeah, talking about COVID, I know it's affected the tourism industry, and the Edinkra Group is deep in that space. So how bad is it for your company?
Well, so a part of what we do is tourism. So I wouldn't necessarily answer the question with how bad it is. I would say that along with everyone else who works in tourism, especially heritage tourism, bringing people to West African countries, everybody suffered to an extent because of international policies around flights, COVID vaccinations, COVID tests. The expense of the COVID test has made it difficult for some people to travel. People are concerned about their health. So we're really more or less focused on helping people be safe, following the trends, and doing our research to make sure that when people do come, we can provide a safe trip for them here and a safe passage home.
Well, we'll soon talk about the Edinkra Group, but now let's talk about the International Day for the commemoration of slave trade and its abolition. And slave trade is a very important subject when it comes to even Ghana, when it comes to even the world, because black people, a lot of us, were taken outside the continent to other places. And I think you have roots in that line because you are African American, and I think every African American basically has roots in Africa. How are Americans right now, I mean black Americans, how are they reconciling with the fact that slave trade did happen and also trying to connect to their roots? I know this is a very broad question.
It is. What I would say is I wouldn't look at it in a vacuum. So I wouldn't necessarily look at now as an extremely special time when you look at the history of African people in America. So one, I think it's important to say that we all know that Africa is the cradle of civilization. So depending upon how deep we want to go with science and how far we want to go back, I would say that every human being has African ancestry, right? So one, the world has to kind of accept that and then figure it out. Two, a lot of people are familiar with the transatlantic slave trade, right? A lot of people are familiar with what happened. There are things that are still being discovered. So it's not a new thing. I think it's important to commemorate it. I think it's important to have conversations about it without necessarily indicting every other race, so to speak. And I think it's important for us to accept it, right? Figure out how to move beyond it and focus more on how we level up and move into the future more so than what happened, right? Because if we spend our whole time talking about what happened, we know that there's a gap of time we won't ever be able to recover, right? We know that there's been an identity loss for those of us who are in America or the Caribbean or other parts, right? So I'm more or less focused on solutions.
Okay.
Right? So one way that I'm working towards helping people recover that identity loss is I work with a company called AfricanAncestry.com. AfricanAncestry.com is the only DNA tracing company that allows people of African descent to trace their DNA back to modern day country and ethnic group. That helps to recover the gap. But more than anything else, it's just really about empowering people with their history, with their culture, to be able to move forward. And people do that in different ways.
Yeah, so talking about the present right now, you know, we've had the Black Lives Matter protests and also racism, which is really key and going on everywhere. Is there any connection with the African struggle? Because currently in Africa, there's also its own issues and the struggle. Is it an issue of black and white, or is it just an extension of what's happening here that's going on there?
I think it's an extension, and I think that the best way to look at it, no matter where you are in the world, is a continuum. And if we are able to look just at the past 100 years, 150 years, we can see some alignment specifically with the history of Africans in America and with the African continent, right? So one of the reasons why Ghana is such an exciting and appropriate place for this new emerging black renaissance where people want to come back home is because of Ghana's relationship with black America, so to speak. Ghana's first president, Osagyefo Kwame Nkrumah, spent a lot of time in America. Yeah. And it didn't necessarily, the time he spent there didn't necessarily provide a full foundation for his thoughts on Pan-Africanism, but it increased his capacity. He went to a historically black college and university, Lincoln University. He spent a lot of time, what we call, on the streets of Harlem, listening to orators. So when you look at history, you're going to see an alignment with the civil rights struggle of black people and the African independence movement. When you read history and research on Kwame Nkrumah, you're going to see how his involvement, his conversations with people like Malcolm X, with people like Martin Luther King, with people like Ralph Bunche, Abernathy, and a lot of those other civil rights leaders helped him develop some of his thoughts around democracy and Pan-Africanism. And you see it the other way around, too. So it's really, I think, appropriate that Ghana is in this position right now. And I'm saying that to say that now let's go forward to Black Lives Matter. It's a different time and a different movement, but it hasn't stopped. It's just taken on a new position, a new transition. So in the first quarter of the 20th century, you had black people fighting for education, right? Wanting to be educated, wanting to have equal rights. Then we had things like Brown versus Board of Education, separate, not equal, right? Then we go to the 60s and 70s, we had civil rights. Now we're in 2020 and we're saying Black Lives Matter, right? But it's all somewhat of the same struggle. And at the same time, I think we can all accept the ridiculousness of having to fight for human rights, of having to demand to be treated like a human, right? And that's what we all want.
And now the struggle has been digitalized. It's online. We have all these movements online and everything like that. Is it the same for education? Are African Americans taught all these history that you know, which you've read from books? Is that the same thing going on out there?
Well, when you look at formal education and how most people are taught history and where most people get the basis of their information from, it's from public school. If you look at the public school system in the United States, if you look at the public school system in Europe, in Asia, in South America, in Africa, nobody teaches history from an African-centered perspective, or nobody teaches history from an African-empowered perspective. There is no curriculum in the world internationally recognized in any institution, most of them outside of some black history departments and some HBCUs and private institutions, that talk about Africa as a cradle of civilization, that address the stories of African antiquity. We have the ridiculousness of people saying that pyramids in Egypt were built by aliens, right? Nobody talks about the Mali Empire. Nobody talks about the Songhai Empire. Nobody talks about these great African civilizations and how math, science, geometry, and all of these things came out of a very ancient culture, right? So the same in America. Most people who are educated formally, they do not receive an education that talks about the history of African people beyond enslavement. So you start learning about your roots at slavery. You watch the movie Roots. You learn that in 1619, black people, you learn that you were slaves and then you got free, right? And I don't even like to say slaves, I'd rather say enslaved, right? But, so that hasn't changed, and I don't think that's going to change. In fact, in my book, A Smart Ghana Repatriation Guide, in the education chapter, I talk about that. I talk about that. I think that all education has a fallacy in its foundation until it begins to recognize Africa as the cradle of civilization and starts from the beginning.
Yeah.
Right? And it's a fact. It's not my opinion. It's not, you can debate it all you want, but you're not debating me. You're debating time and history.
So with this issue of education, I know for yourself, I mean, your personal life, you had education with the help of your parents. So do you think it's a personal project for parents to teach their children, or they just have to leave it for the educational system to do it?
Well, I think that's a job for parents to decide how they want to raise their children. I'm an empowered parent. My children were raised with the understanding the schools that they attended knew that my children's parents were in charge of their education. And we partnered with the school system, right? Which is a different way of looking at it than putting the responsibility on the educational institution to educate your child. So I believe that parents are ultimately responsible, but I'm not here to indict parents, and I'm not here to indict people who haven't chosen to teach their children certain things. But I do think it is a personal choice, which many African Americans discover in college, right? Most African Americans you meet, that's why when they come to Ghana and they visit the slave castle, they say, we were lied to. I'm just finding out the truth about our history, about our people. And that's because they discovered it when they went to college, when they started reading books in their black history class, in their black literature class. This is when they began to discover a lot of things about black history and African history that they might not have discovered previously. I'm an advocate for facts and honest truth. And if you're honest, then why should we start at 1600 or 1500 when the world and civilizations were thriving for thousands of years before? You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah. So we'll talk about the younger generation and how they're embracing the entire African Renaissance and also their interest in issues of history and their past. After this break, this is the lowdown. Welcome back from the break. My name is Ismail Akwe. This is the lowdown. Our guest, Diallo Sambri, is still here. So, Diallo, we're talking about history, education, and everything around black history. So, the younger generation, we have a lot of young people who get surprised when they get to Ghana and they see all the slave castles and everything else. Then it's like, we never knew this ever was there. We never knew this was the past, this was the history and all of that. Do we still have a lot of younger people interested in taking that journey back to their roots?
We do. One of the things that I think is different about this generation's, the younger generation's interest is I think the younger generation has an interest of finding out what went on, what happened, embracing it, and then moving forward. And sometimes it feels like the older generation finding out what happened and still sitting there and still resting in it and still pointing the finger, pointing the blame. You did this to us. These people did this to us. You helped them do this to us. And young people are like, okay, they're more or less, I think, embracing all of humanity. It's like, okay, this happened. Now, what do we do to move forward? Right now, how do we move forward? Which is what the next generation is supposed to do. They're doing exactly what they're supposed to do. When I look at my son, who's 24, his thought pattern and mindset is different than mine. You know what I'm saying? So I think they're doing what they're supposed to do, but I think that because of technology, because of the amount of available information, people are definitely looking at it a little bit differently. But the yearn to get information is still there from where I sit.
Yeah, and also you are also a stakeholder of tourism. And I know you try to get a lot of people to join your birthright journeys and all of that. How is that going? Are you really reaching the people? Do they get you?
You know what? That's actually a great question, because the point of what we do with Birthright Journeys is not for people to get me. It's for people to get themselves, right? We want to put you in a situation, and we put you in a place for you to be face to face with yourself, because it doesn't help you to get me. That's not going to help you accomplish your mission. That's not going to help you live in your purpose. The way that you live in your purpose is to get yourself. So are you ready to do that internal personal work, right? Where you come to grips with your own past, with your own history, with the history of your people, your family, then figure out what to do with that and how to use it to move forward. So I think in that sense, yes, it's working. I think that people who we've brought here, people who we've helped to curate a certain journey and experience, I think they've gotten that. And many people are beginning to see themselves differently. People have changed their names. Some people have moved. And then some people who never thought that they would visit the continent of Africa and step foot in the soil are also now bringing other people. You understand what I'm saying? So I think it is working. But it's a lifetime work, right? Because I'm not the first to do it, and I won't be the last, right? Marcus Garvey started doing it a long time ago when he looked at trying to bring a whole bunch of black people or people of African descent to Africa. So I'm in that line of different people who felt like it was important to help people connect.
Yeah. So now let's bring it down to Ghana, where the stories are here, and the stories are in the landmarks, the stories amongst the people, the stories are in books.
Mm-hmm.
Is a setup, I mean, up to standard for people to be able to soak in all the history that's around the country?
Well, is the setup up to standard for people who visit?
Who visit, yes.
Yeah. I'm not sure if the setup is up to standard for people who live in Ghana, who are Ghanaian, to embrace and get the history and culture that's around them. Interestingly enough, I'm from D.C., right? There are people in Southeast D.C. who've never been to Northwest D.C. There are people in Northeast D.C. who've never been to Southwest D.C. You get the point. Just like in Ghana, there are people who live in Cape Coast who've never been to Accra. There are people who live in Accra who've never been to Ada. So it's not just a Ghana thing when you start talking about access to information and education. I think that Ghana has done as good a job as it can with the tools that it has over the past few years in terms of making what history that is available to people who come. Can a better job be done? Yes, of course a better job can always be done. But I think there's also a magic in discovering, right? There's a magic in discovering and going through whatever you have to go through to get the pot of gold at the end of the rainbow, even if that pot of gold is a painful thing, right? By sitting in the male dungeon in Cape Coast or Elmina slave dungeon, or by walking through the door of no return and hearing the waves crash and imagining what your ancestors went through. So I think there's a value in all of that, but definitely more can be done to make it easier and to make it a more fulfilling experience. That's a part of the reason why I wrote the book, A Smart Ghana Repatriation Guide, and that's a part of the reason why my team and I are developing tools that we think can help people have that experience in a more seamless, easier, and fulfilling way.
We'll soon come to the book and the tools, but as an African American, what opportunities do you see in this whole tourism and beyond tourism for Ghanaians who are here? And because you could see it from a different perspective than those who are here. What opportunities have you seen so far?
I met a gentleman at a wedding. He walked up to me and he said, "Excuse me, are you Diallo?" And I said, "Yes." And he's like, "I've been wanting to meet you." And I'm like, "Nice to meet you." And he said, "I just wanted to meet you to say thank you." And I was like, "You're welcome. Like, thank you for what?" And he was like, "Well, I understand you help with the year of return." I said, "Yes." And he said, "Because of you, I'm able to feed my family in a different way than I was able to before. And I'm still able to feed my family based on the relationships that I've made with people who's traveled here for the year of return." That was so fulfilling for me. Like that, and that was the reason for my involvement. Like, now how do we quantify that, right? How do you put that into a data report, right? To show everybody the effect that it has. that's a different story. But it's happening now, right? The effect is happening, and it's working for Ghanaians. Again, I know you said we're going to get to the book, but my team and I, we're working on a lot of things that I think will help make that question more apparent and will help be able to bring more opportunities to Ghanaians in a way where they receive the education that they need, they receive the training that they need to be able to compete and work in an international marketplace.
Yeah. So now let's move to some other issues. I've received personally complaints from people who want to return home. Some come in and they can't even do a year. Some 6 months and they're out. You know, they complain about so many things, and I'm sure you've heard a lot of them too. What are some of the complaints I've heard? I don't want to mention mine so that you would say the same thing.
You don't have to. I have my own.
Yeah. What are some of the complaints you've been receiving?
So I'm going to keep referring to my book because this is the reason why I wrote it.
Okay.
In my book, I talk about this. And in it, I say, if you're a complainer, as opposed to somebody who's bringing a solution, stay home. We don't want you here, right? That's a little harsh, right?
Yeah.
It's a little harsh. But it's not for everybody. And it's not America. Ghana's only 60 years old, right? Ghana's still dealing with its own personal effects from colonialism. Ghana's still dealing with how the various tribes and ethnic groups in Ghana are merging their own cultures. Just look at the history of democracy in Ghana and politics. Like, it's very young. It's very young as a nation, as an independent nation. So when you look at it like that, I think Ghana's doing very well. I think other African countries are doing very well. That doesn't mean that it can't improve, but people have challenges because I'm going to put the ownership on people. Do your homework, do your research, buy this book, buy other books, and learn about the culture, learn about the way the country works, how things work. But you can't show up and expect it to be like America, and when it's not, complain. Now, that doesn't mean that, again, things can't improve. That doesn't mean that there are people who will get you, right? That doesn't mean that you sign a business deal and somebody takes your money and run. Yeah. That doesn't mean that you purchase a piece of land that hasn't been sold to 7 other people. But you got to know that that happens here, right? You know what I'm saying? As they say in Ghana, you have to be sharp, right? to get it. But, you know, there's some things that could change on both sides. I'm just really careful not to indict the whole country, right? Because when you do that, it's like, it's not everybody, but it happens the same way in America, right? Yeah. If you walking down the street and you get robbed, it might be a black person. I don't mean all black people bad.
I don't know whether you're sounding like a politician or a diplomat, something like that, diplomatic on this issue.
No,
but you know, I'm sure people will be saying, "Hey, guys, say the problems that we have. Probably there could be some solutions."
There are. So, for example, customer service, right? But customer service comes with the idea that there are international standards, right? Customer service happens at the top and then comes down. People have to want to be educated on customer service, okay? That's the biggest thing in Ghana that people talk about is customer service. One of the reasons, again, why we put this book out is so that there is a guide, so that people can understand, people can have an understanding of how to function in Ghana, how to move around in Ghana. What are some of the things that you need to know? Don't get me started talking about driving, right?
Yeah.
There are some other things that I don't necessarily have all of the data and the information when you start talking about doom so, and you start talking about the power going out, or, you know, Ghana has its own movement right now of young people who are saying that they want the government to fix the country,
yeah.
right? So there's a lot of things that can improve, but again, when you are the type of person who's focused on solutions, you acknowledge the challenges, and then you work on providing the solutions that you can. Now, I'm not saying you shouldn't point them out, but I'm just not that guy. Like, I'm just not that guy that's going to sit here and point out all of the things that's wrong so people can be happy that somebody said it, because trust me, I live here. I know what it is, right? But again, if I had to point out one thing, customer service, right? We could start with the Better Business Bureau of Ghana.
Well, I think you're making a very great point, because a lot of concerns have been shared, and as you said, the people have to find solutions. It's better to bring a solution than to discuss the problem, because it's not going to stop until there's a solution.
Exactly.
Yes. And now with Ghanaian passports, you know, Rita Mali got a passport. There was a whole lot of, publicity around it. Are people getting passports, those who intend to stay in Ghana?
So one of the misnomers of the year of return was that Ghana was that you automatically got citizenship.
Yeah.
Or that you were going to be able to receive a Ghanaian passport when you came for the year of return. Wrong, wrong, wrong. No country can do that, right? Every country has a Ministry of Foreign Affairs. You got a constitution. I mean, it takes a minute. Now, the president has the ability to gift at will citizenship at any time through executive order, which is how the two groups of diaspora and Africans got their passports in Ghana. Once with the previous president in 2016, and with the incumbent president, His Excellency Nana Addo, in 2019. I think it was important for him to do that in 2019, which gave the year of return some meaning and feeling beyond the Akwaba. Yeah. You are welcome, right? I didn't get my passport as a part of that process. I think I could have if I would have pushed and just kind of bumped. You know, at the time it just wasn't, you know, there are a lot of people who've been here in line longer than I have. So I just made a personal decision at that time that I wasn't going to, that if I did that, I could potentially bump somebody else out. So I didn't do it. And, you know, but I believe personally that, I will look in the camera when I say this, that if the country of Ghana feels that I'm valuable for the country and I bring something, everybody has my number. They have my number at the Flagstaff house. Somebody will call me and say, Diallo, come pick up your passport.
So are people in line waiting to get a passport? Or what's
well, it's not a process. So, I mean, people need to understand what the law says. They need to understand what the right of abode says. They need to understand what it takes to become a citizen of Ghana and any other country. You have to maintain legal residency for a certain number of years. Okay. I believe it's 5 years in Ghana, which means every year you got to renew your residency permit. Then after you renew your residency permit, you can apply for a passport of citizenship. That's just the way it is right now. Now, I do know that the country is working on something called the Homeland Return Act, where they are trying to figure out the best way to provide streamlined citizenship to members of the African diaspora who want citizenship, right? So the fact is that right now, Ghana, which is important for people to know, is that Ghana does not offer a streamlined way or path to citizenship, specifically for people of the African diaspora, because you're a descendant of Africa or a descendant of the transatlantic slave trade. And for many people, that's what the year of return meant to them. Yeah. But nobody ever said that, right? But it's easy, news headlines, you know how the media works. Somebody's going to publish something because you want readers to come. But when you do your research, that's just not the facts, and that's not how it exists right now. I mean, personally, I think that if African leaders were visionaries more than they are, and if they were bold enough, that the African Union, and this is a part of my personal mission in life, that the African Union, specifically in ECOWAS, starting with ECOWAS, and every other country would figure out a way to create a streamlined pathway to citizenship for people of the African diaspora, and really put some energy and effort towards looking at the African diaspora, specifically the African American population that has a $1.3 trillion annual spending, and look at them as aid, right? Look at them as foreign aid. Look at us as a way to develop the country, and put some things in place, man. You know what I'm saying? Provide some opportunities. So, you know, somebody making $150,000 a year in the U.S. could come here and live and do very well, investing in some small businesses, right? Investing in some larger businesses. You got tons of people. You have historically black colleges and universities. There's so many resources that could be available to African countries, right? By creating that pathway to citizenship, because nobody's going to come and just be here if they can't be a citizen and if they can't get the benefits of citizenship. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, there's a lot that can happen. That's why I'm here, to help make it happen.
Exactly. And that's why we have the book. And we have other
Yes,
tools
sir.
that you're putting together. So what are some of the tools besides the book that you're putting together to help people who repatriate here or who have plans of getting citizenship or living in Ghana?
Well, I think the first start is educating people, right? And sometimes you got to spoon feed people, or as they say, every parent knows when your child is sick. Sometimes you can't just give them the medicine. You got to put the medicine in the applesauce. So part of what we're doing is slowly but surely. First thing we had to do was help people see that Africa is accessible, right? We had to shorten the distance. We had to move Africa from your bucket list to your to-do list, right? Because most people, if I happen to go to Africa one day in my life before I die, I'll go. That's your bucket list. As opposed to, I'm planning to go to Ghana, Nigeria, Sierra Leone, or South Africa next year, and I'm budgeting for it. So we've done that. It's on people's to-do list. Now what we have to do is educate people who are interested in moving, living, doing business, how that works. What do you do? And a part of the way that we do that is training, learnings, being able to collaborate and present viable, vetted opportunities for people who are interested in doing that. And I have a few projects that I'm working on in Ghana personally that I think will help people see that, some in agriculture, some in real estate, and some in, again, training and entrepreneurship.
And this for Ghanaians?
It can be for Ghanaians or anybody, honestly. It can be for Ghanaians and anybody. But one of the things that we are looking at doing is in bringing business owners and entrepreneurs to Ghana, we want to pre-match, pre-set up, and pair them with Ghanaian entrepreneurs, right?
Okay.
And we want to make sure that Ghanaian entrepreneurs and people who are prepared and ready can have some of those same opportunities to figure out how to collaborate. But don't get it twisted. Nobody should get it twisted. You got to go where the money is and bring the money, right? Because we could train a whole bunch of people in Ghana about what to do, how to do, but then what happens after you've gotten that training and then for the next 6 to 9 months? Look at all of the young people here who go through national service. What happens after they do a year of national service? Are there jobs available? Are there opportunities available for them to actually use what they learn? So then what happens? It sits, it rots, it gets stale.
Yeah.
Look at me and you. If you don't do this every day, if you and your team don't do this every day, work on the media, look at different ways to innovate what you do, how you do, what happens? GhanaWeb won't be number one. Why are you number one? Because every day you're working on it, right?
Yeah.
That's the same for everybody else. So we got to kind of look at it that way. Like, it really requires that work and it requires opportunity. So we're helping to bring some opportunity.
Exactly. We're helping to bring some opportunities, and we'll be back and talk about beyond the return. And we want to see what the Adinkra Group and Diallo, what you're doing with beyond the return as well. We'll be back. This is a lowdown. Welcome back to the lowdown. My name is Ismail Akwe. We are speaking with Diallo Sambri on a number of issues, including the Diaspora return, the Adinkra Group, your book, and everything else around the African and African-American connection. So beyond the return, the president says there is that after the year of return. And I don't even want to talk about what the president says or what the government has planned. I want to talk about what you have planned. So beyond the return, how are you taking advantage of that to meet your goals and achieve all your objectives?
Well, first of all, I think, let me just say that I'm really proud of you and GhanaWeb for you all doing this interview, finding it important enough to talk about that, right? To talk about the transatlantic slave trade, to talk about this day and how it's connected, because everything is connected, and most things don't happen in a vacuum, including this. Most people know that Beyond the Return was launched immediately after the year of return. Because of its resounding success, it made sense for the government of Ghana to put something in place. So the Beyond the Return is a program, a 10-year initiative with 7 pillars. Forgive me, I don't know the names of all 7 pillars off the top right now. But Experience Ghana, Invest in Ghana, and other items and themes that make sense for the diaspora in Ghana. Recently, I think you've also seen where the president, they reorganized the Beyond the Return Committee and and they have a new steering committee. I'm not on that steering committee personally, but again, I have a healthy relationship, I believe, with the Ghanaian government, Ghana Tourism Authority, Diaspora Affairs. So personally, one of the things that we are doing is we are looking at how now to create community in Ghana, right? So you had a lot of people traveling in and out. You have some people coming once, twice, 3 times and going in and out. You have some people moving. So now you have this large community that's here in Ghana. Some people are here. You got people in Cape Coast. You got people in Kumasi. You got people in Ada, right? You got people in La Paz. You got people in in Jolu. You got people in Prom Prom. So you have all of these different aspects of community here. But now the question is, how do we really create community, right? How do we create a sustaining community in Ghana that serves as a foundation and the entry point for individuals who are coming, for people who are coming and wanting to stay, for people who are coming and wanting to find out more information about how things really happen on the ground. There are a number of groups and organizations that are doing that. So a part of our focus is, what does it look like and how do we serve as leaders in creating this community? We have a number of projects that we are also working on. Most people, if they follow me or if when you read in the book as well, I was installed in a small town called Yame-Bechere in the eastern region in Akwa-Ibom.
Yourself?
Myself.
Okay.
As in Kosi-Ohene. And that was simply because people saw me doing a lot already. So right now we have a partnership with the Cocoa Board in the Nankase Cocoa District. We've been able to help 75 to 100 farmers get employed. They are employed working on their farm. We are rehabilitating right now about 600 acres of cocoa with the capacity of 3,000 acres, and we're bringing investors in for that. So that is changing a community, right? So how do we build community? How do we help the communities that we work with in Ghana develop and build itself from the inside out? And then how do we bring a community of people together? And when I say the diaspora, I'm not just talking about America, Caribbean, US, London. You know, that's the beautiful thing about Ghana. I tell all my friends that I'm like, I could be at a table. It's 2 people from London, 1 person from Spain, 1 person from Dubai, 1 person from Turkey, all black people to an extent or whatever, or not, but all of these different experiences. You don't get that on the average at a Chick-fil-A in Houston. You're just not going to have. Why? Because you know everybody's here for a purpose, right? Everybody's here for a reason, whether they're on holiday, whether they're at a meeting, whether they're mother or dad, whether they moved there. So you really get a universal perspective on everything, and I think that's one of the most beautiful things about Ghana. So how do we take that and turn it into a community that you actually do a feature on? Say, hey, let's come look at this Adinkra community, for example, and see what's happening. Let's look at all the beautiful things that all of these people that's a part of this community is doing, and how it's serving Ghana, and how it's serving individuals who want to come in.
So if you say community, you mean bringing people together and all their strength and everything to build the entire plan for the beyond the return, have people invest in the country?
Well, so let's be clear and let's separate the idea of the Beyond the Return program, right, under the auspices of the Ministry of Tourism and the Office of the President. Let's separate that from those individuals and groups who collectively understand what Beyond the Return is for themselves, right? There's 2 separate things. So I could say I'm working on Beyond the Return, but it not necessarily be directly associated with what they're doing. So let's just look at Beyond the Return as a concept. There are people who've been working on this idea of the year of return and black repatriation or relocation or however you want to look at it for years, 30 years. There are people who moved here. The African American Association of Ghana was started 30 years ago. People, you know what I'm saying? So it's been happening for a long time. The question is, you know, what can you do different? How can you innovate? How can you help to expand the impact of it?
So what have you started with currently? And the issue about the Nkosi-Ohene title you have and all the bringing of investors and all that, that's a great topic. We'll talk about that also soon, because I'm very interested in that, and I know that our audience are also interested in that aspect of it.
I'll promise you something. I'll do that interview with you, but you have to come to my village. If you come to my village and we do it there,
invitation accepted.
Perfect.
Invitation accepted. We'll come
Perfect.
there and then we'll see the things that you're doing with the
Perfect.
farmers and
you get to
all
meet the
people
community
there.
and everything.
Yeah.
Because to sit here and talk about it is one thing, but to show your audience and listeners on the ground and to talk to the people in your local language and ask them, then it's not me saying it. The proof is in the pudding.
And that's also part of building a community.
Exactly.
So it's the same as building a diaspora community in Ghana.
Exactly.
Okay.
So many different parts of it.
So how many people would you say we have in the country that make up the diaspora community that's living here now?
You know, gathering data is a problem here. Or finding out a reliable source for data. So I would love to be able to go to a single source and find that out. Now I know what's required to do that. Is it happening? I don't know. I can't say. That's not my job. And you can't try to do everything. You can't be focused on everything. But one of the things that I do know is 3 years ago, Ghana had the most African Americans or Africans of the diaspora living in country than any other African country, right? And I believe that's the same. Even though you don't see it in droves, right? There are a lot of people moving here. There's still a lot of people coming here. It's a little bit different than the year of return because you don't see all of the airport parades and welcome-ins and drummers and dancers in large groups. You know, like in the year of return, 2 or 3 times during the year, we brought groups of over 75 to 100 at once. Now, when you see that, wow, you see a lot of people. But you don't see those groups of 3, 5, 7, 12 that's coming all of the time. You don't see those 2 or 3 people that come here quietly, move, buy a house, buy some land, start a business, and just stick to themselves. So a part of creating that community that we talked about is being able to create a safe space where people feel comfortable providing some data and telling you a little bit about themselves so that at some point we can go to the Flagstaff House and present our own annual census of diasporans in Ghana, right? That's because that's ideally what we want. Ideally what we need to do and what our responsibility is to be able to show who we are, how we got here, what our impact is, and ultimately what percentage of the GDP are we contributing to in the country.
So far, the Adinkra Group, do you have any data yourself? Are you collecting data or you're not?
We're collecting data based on the people who we've brought here.
Yeah. And do you have any idea how much?
I couldn't tell you right now. I know 2019 we brought about 1,000 people here. Okay. Now in terms of what percentage of those people have returned, what percentage of those people have invested, started businesses and things like that, I couldn't tell you that right now. But the more I come back and the more we talk and the more we increase our relationship, we'll be able to share more of that information and leverage and use your platform for people to understand what it is that we're doing so that they can feel comfortable to send that information into us.
Exactly. So now let's move to the book, A Smart Ghana Repatriation Guide.
Yes, sir.
Written by you. Can I pick this one?
Sure.
Okay. So you can see there's a beautiful picture of you there in a camouflage. And tell us something about the book.
Okay, well, A Smart Ghana Repatriation Guide is exactly what it says. It's a smart guide because we use dynamic QR codes interspersed throughout the book. There are about 106 QR codes interspersed throughout the book in every chapter where if you read the book with your phone, you're able to scan these QR codes and connect you to content aligned with the particular paragraph or chapter that you're reading. There are 20 chapters in the book. One of the things that I'm most proud about this book is while I'm the primary author, I have 8 guest contributors. So what I did is I went to people that I know in real life, people that I rock with in real life, people who I have their phone number, have conversations with, who may not necessarily be the biggest name or the biggest YouTube star, but who I know are on the ground active, and I asked them to contribute their thoughts and opinions to a specific chapter, right? Why? Because it's very important that in my position, I'm able to elevate other people's voices, right? So when you start talking about building a community, this book in and of itself is an example of what building a community looks like, right? I've given other people an opportunity to express how they feel about repatriation, how they feel about living in Ghana, and share it with the world. And then I'm connecting readers to them directly, right? So it's not like you ain't all got to come to me, number one, because I can't deal with all y'all, right? Because our people are special people.
And you know, a larger part of those who contributed to the book, as you said, they are also Ghanaians. A larger part of them.
Some of them are Ghanaians, yes.
Yeah.
Ghanaians who either were born and raised in Ghana, many of them schooled outside of Ghana and came back. And then there are also a few from London and people who, we also have Mr. Kwesi Agyeman, CEO of Ghana Tourism Authority. He wrote the foreword. Mr. Kwesi Ababio, Director of Diaspora Affairs in the Office of the President. He wrote the preface for the book, so I'm grateful for their contributions, which help people to see it's real, right?
Yeah.
Like, okay, it was, you know. And when people read this book, you can see that, you know, sometimes I have to tell people I do not work for the Ghanaian government. I'm not employed by the Ghanaian government. I wasn't employed in 2019. I'm a fully independent whole person.
And I think you had a lot of backlash for that, because people thought you were working for Ghana as a tourism ambassador.
Right, but as a tourism ambassador, right, it's still a partnership.
Yeah.
It's still a partnership with the country. You gave me a title for something that I was already doing, right? You didn't bring me here and invite me here to do this. It just made sense for me to be that because I already proved that I was doing the work for that. So I think that this book, again, is an example of community. And we've been having great reviews. Like, a lot of people have been asking for the book more. Currently, it's only available directly through my website, but we're about to put it on Amazon and et cetera. We really wanted to put it in a small number of people's hands first and get some feedback, get some comments. People are really appreciative of the book. They say it's generous. They say it's real. It's a little funny. I have a small sense of humor.
You know, page 169, it says managing traffic, business and investment. That's quite important.
In the title, right?
Yeah.
So even in that, so the name of the title of the chapters gives it, so for me, doing business and investment in Ghana is like driving in Ghana.
Yeah.
That's one of the reasons why I like driving in Ghana. It keeps me sharp.
What about honorable and you, the government?
Right, because everybody here is an honorable. So what does that mean? Young people always talk about how they deal with their elders in the government and in their homes. And sometimes, because of the cultural difference, you can't always express yourself fully or have a difference of opinion because it's seen as disrespectful. You know that. People here know that. But, you know, when you get here and you understand honorable, then you have to learn how to maneuver inside of the social and the political space. So, you know, a lot of this is some of my personal experiences and things that I've seen to be true. It's our first piece of work. It's my first book. You know, we're proud of it, but there's more coming.
Of course. And then finally, all black people look alike. And I don't think that's the case in Ghana, because whenever we see somebody who is not from here, you know.
What's the rest of that title?
Okay, so the rest of it says ethnicity and language.
So, all black people look alike, ethnicity and language. So some of that is humor.
Yeah.
So it's humor and some of it is serious. For example, a lot of the violence that's happening in the United States and a lot of the police brutality that's happening in the United States is because of mistaken identity. There was a robbery. Black man, 6 foot, with blue jeans on and a white t-shirt. How many black men, in a baseball cap on backwards, how many black men do you think that is on an average day on a DC street? Thousands, right? So when you think about it, I'm saying all black people look alike, but do we really, right? And then when we talk about ethnicity and language, the point of it is, are we all one people? What is the differences between our cultures? Better yet, what is the similarities, right? Most people who come to Ghana are not going to do that in-depth research to find out the migrations that happen, the relationship between the Ga and the Ashanti, the relationship where the Volta region is, right? Togo, right? The Fanti. Most people are not going to go up north. Most people are not going to look at the fact that Ghana on the north borders Burkina Faso, right? And then what is the relationship across those two borders when it comes to weaving and the history of weaving? There's a lot, because it's a rich, in-depth history. So that particular chapter is about ethnicity and language. And I have a guest author who has his opinion, right? The other beautiful thing is I don't agree with everything that all of my guest contributors say in their chapters. So you'll see some disagreements, but that's life. It's a varied experience, and it's important for us to be able to disagree, but still work together.
Yeah.
Have different opinions, but still work together. So much you know, there's a proverb that says if everybody's thinking alike, nobody's thinking, right? So, yeah, I could talk about this all day though because I wrote it in real life.
So how do we get one of these books to buy?
So easily enough, you could go to my website, theadinkagroup.com. Theadinkagroup.com will take you directly, and it could be ordered. Even in Ghana, you can order it. Okay. I do have some books in Ghana. Probably in the next week or two. As a matter of fact, I'll share it so that GhanaWeb can put it out, where there'll be a list of locations where you can buy the book in Ghana. And I'm hoping to have a Ghanaian printer, because right now it was printed by Black Classic Press, which is a black-owned company out of Baltimore, Maryland. But we will also print them in Ghana and make them available.
Okay. So any final words before we end the show today?
I'm sorry. I'm laughing because my mind, yo, sometimes some of the things that come into my mind I can't say out loud. So that's what just happened. That's between me and God.
Well, we hope it's a good thing.
No, it's a good thing. It's a good thing. It's a good thing. But that's between me and God. Well, I mean, thank you so much. You know, I would say that I would give people I would give people some advice, right?
Yeah.
This is for Ghanaians, and this is for diasporans coming into the country. One of the most important things that I found in Ghana is relationships. I believe that relationships are probably the most valuable currency you can have here. You and I met some years ago. We don't talk often, right? We don't go out to dinner, right? We don't play billiards together. I'm just, in real life, right? We're not, but you knew you could call me.
Yeah.
And say, I want to talk about this, and you knew that I would respond, whether I would say yes or no, but I would respond immediately. So, you know, don't put the transaction before the relationship. Take your time and get to know people. And then the other thing that I would say is for people to really understand that friendship is essential to the soul. Friendship truly is essential to the soul. Outside of my colleague, I consider you a friend. I consider you a person to have Ghana's best interest at heart through your medium, through your work, you know, and I would tell everybody to keep your faith. I know that the coronavirus and the pandemic has dashed some hopes, and I know that people see what's happening in the world, and do I take the vaccine? Don't I take the vaccine? Is the tourism industry going to pick up? You know, what percentage of the GDP is Ghana's debt? All of these things are on people's mind, right? How do I get my kids? How do I get out of this situation? You know, keep the faith and engage your core. You keep pushing, keep working. You can't give up, right? You'll never know if you stop. So you got to keep pushing.
Keep pushing. That's what Diallo Sambre is saying, and this is the lowdown. Diallo, thank you very much for coming, and thank you for giving us this informative episode of this program. And I'm sure we're going to talk again, and we're going to visit Nyame Betre to see what you're doing there. Hey, the people in the community.
Everybody's invited to Nyame Betre. I promise you, we have the best contumere in all of Ghana. Okay, you understand?
Thank you very much, Nkoso Hene of Nyame Betre.
Yo, thank you.
So we'll have this discussion again another time. This is the lowdown. Watch us every Monday on GhanaWeb TV and all of GhanaWeb's digital channels. My name is Ni Akwe Ismail Akwe. Be safe.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the fact and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next. Yeah,
I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you funny face. It's not my brother. Funny face. I don't know him. You don't know funny face. It's not my brother. You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Huabin Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier. By using debit or credit cards,
mobile banking.
Thank you. And your favorite, mobile money?
Tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects, and others right here on GhanaWeb TV. The week is almost coming to an end, but of course it can't be complete without BizTech, where we bring you a recap of business news that made headlines during the week, as well as a compelling interview. Hello and welcome to BizTech on GhanaWeb TV with me, Na Oyekwote. Now, a 24-year-old Ghanaian university graduate is making his world beautiful through painting. Philip Emisa, the CEO of Colorful Visions Artisans, has a dream of making generational wealth. And of course, he's championing that cause with one Ghanaian youth at a time. He has employed over 30 Ghanaians and has 15 trainees under his care for free. My colleague Ernestina Sewa Asante has the details.
Life, they say, is full of surprises. We've got the good, the bad, and the ugly. Today on BizTech, we'll be speaking to a 24-year-old CEO of
colorful vision artisan. He's a university graduate and was looking forward to having a position in the corporate body. But today, he is a professional painter. Let me not spill all the beans. Let's get straight into the conversation. We'll be right back. Welcome to BizTech, Philip Emisa.
Thank you.
Okay. I know you're a university graduate. I'm sure you were expecting that you'll be in an office, but here you are, a painter.
Definitely.
Tell us more about it.
Well, when I was done with my national service, I sent out some applications for the course I did. I did health and safety in the school.
Okay.
So I sent out my application to the manufacturing companies and then the industrial ones. None of them actually picked me. So I was frustrated, honestly. And then I wanted to paint my room. So I went to buy a brush and then a paint. And then I decided to paint. As I was just painting, so it just came in my head. So after that, I realized that what I did was really nice. So I decided to try it out for a few friends, pro bono. So I did it for those guys, and then, you know, I met my boss. He asked me if I'm a painter, actually. I said yes. But honestly, I didn't know much.
But you were not a painter at the time.
I was not even a painter at the time. I didn't know much. But I was ready to go for it because I can apply the paint. So I decided to join him. And then when I got to the site, I got to learn a whole lot of things. That's how come I advanced into industrial painting.
You made use of the internet as well?
I always make use of the internet. Always. There is not a single day I don't watch something on painting.
Okay. So this is your full-time job or your side hustle?
This is my full-time job.
How many people have you been able to employ or train so far?
If you're speaking in terms of employment, not less than 30 people.
On payroll?
On payroll.
Oh.
If you're talking about people that are working as trainees, they're about 15. So this is not the only site that I'm working on. The others are different sites working too. Yeah.
You said you've employed about 30 people, and the trainees are 15.
Yes.
How old are you?
I'm just 24 years, going to 25.
24?
Yes, 24 years.
Wow.
I look big and stout, but just a young guy.
24-year-old CEO of, what's the company again?
Colorful Vision Artisans.
I see. So aside painting, what else do you do?
I do interior decor, do POP ceiling, do epoxy flooring, do terrazzo, do tiling as well.
Okay. So, can you delve more into each of them?
So the POP ceiling is the design ceilings that a whole lot of us know about. This is a new kind of ceiling. It's been there long ago. But then there is a new one which is plasterboard as well. It's been added to it. You can fix your lights in it. This LED light giving you a whole different colors. Listen, that's the plasterboard ceiling. It comes in conjunction with the POP ceiling. So the same way that the POP ceiling is done, the process is a little bit different from the plasterboard. We have the tiling. We don't know how the tiling is. It's about fixing your tiles on the ground with the mortar and the tile adhesive. And then the terrazzo, so having your terrazzo stones, mixing with mortar and applying. We have the washable one.
Washable tiles?
The terrazzo.
Ah, okay.
Well. Yeah. We have the washable one and then we have the polished one.
What's the difference?
So we have a terrazzo that you wouldn't have to polish. You just have to sweep over it. When you cast it on the ground, you just have to wash over it, that's all.
Okay.
Good to go. But then the polished terrazzo is the one that they use a grinding machine to grind it. It looks very polished. You can actually see your reflection in the terrazzo floor. Okay. Yeah. And then we have epoxy flooring.
Yeah.
The epoxy flooring has to do with fixing, it's a type of flooring that is a waterproofing floor as well as a design floor for industrial areas. Mostly we do industrial places. Now, epoxy, you can fix even your picture on the ground.
Wow.
You do the epoxy on it. The picture will be on the ground. Every design you want can be done on the ground for you with the epoxy.
Now let's go back. How did you get your first job?
Well, my first job it's a lot of memories, you know.
Tell us about it.
A lot of memories. But I think I'll tell you the short part of it.
Okay.
Tell the short part of it. So I went for a friend's funeral, and then at the friend's funeral, I saw this a building which is not completed, and then I was like, "Well, I think I can paint this. Why don't I go ask around for it?" So I just asked around who owns this building, and my friend directed me that it's for this person. So when I went, it was actually a family member.
Your family member? Wow.
That's how I got the job. Yeah, so I got my first job at around 15,000.
15,000 cedis or dollars?
No, cedis.
Okay.
15,000 cedis. That's my first job. Yeah.
Okay. So how did you feel after seeing the finished work for your first job?
I was relieved. I grew the love for painting because the idea of painting is almost about life. It shows me the kind of steps, the things you would have to go through to become the person you want to be. So you look at this building, we are applying filler, we are applying primer, we are sandpapering, we are dusting it. All these processes takes time, and then after we put the finished work on it, it comes out so nice.
So apart from your first job, I'm sure you did others before this very big contract. We want more details in that too.
I've done a lot of big jobs. You know, so when you go to Mokola Commercial Bank, the one opposite the Snake parking lot, I painted that building.
Oh.
The GCB Bank,
Yeah.
I painted that. I painted Academic City University, Academic City College rather.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then I'm here.
How did you get all these contracts?
So all these contracts are given to me by my boss.
Who is your boss? You've been mentioning your boss.
His name is Joshua Adadeyabua.
Okay. And how did he become your boss?
So,
because you're a brand, you're a company on your own, you learned everything on your own, and now you are saying your boss.
So my boss polished me.
Okay.
Now painting is not just about putting paint on the wall. He taught me leadership skills, how to lead people, how to spot problems. He helped me open my eye to paying attention to details. And all these jobs, he gets it. And then he passes it on to me, so I do with the boys.
Okay.
So he's mine superior.
Okay.
When it comes to the job. But then he encourages that I bring young guys on, young guys who didn't get the privilege to go to school, who didn't get the chance to be helped by others. He encouraged me to bring all these boys on. So he helps me train these people. He gives them the platform. This is the platform, a big working space for all these people to learn. So their learning time is fast. People learn painting for 3 years. I teach it in 1 month.
Oh.
So she tell you how intensive the training here is.
So how much do they pay for the training?
They don't pay anything.
So how do I apply?
Well, I'm actually looking forward to having ladies on site, actually.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. As I said earlier, it's my dream to have ladies painting. Because in Ghana here, painting has been branded as a male-oriented job. But I'm telling you, clients will be fascinated to see females painting.
I see. Okay, so the conversation is getting interesting, but we are taking a quick break. When we come back, we continue the conversation. Welcome back from the break, and now we are he's going to tell us what goes into the choosing of colors for painting. So yes, you tell us what goes into, are there any techniques, or you just choose your color, you think it is good for you?
So get to understand something. Painting is nature. Everything. Get to understand this. Painting is about nature.
Okay.
Everything that you see around, trees, the sky, everything is color. What you're wearing is color. Everything is color. It's meaning. That's the color that it brings to you.
Okay.
So, if a client wants a color, I'll advise him. If it's a living room, I'll tell you this color is good for you. If it's a banquet hall, I'll tell you this color will be good for you. If it's a high traffic area, I'll tell you. If it's your hall or the exterior part of your building, I'll tell you what will be good for you. So it depends on the environment you are in and the kind of aura you want to have around you. Some people want loud colors, some want light colors, some want colors which are calm. We have colors which will actually calm you down.
How?
Yes. Now it's welcoming. A color like sea blue in your hallway or in your bedroom. A color like white. These colors are colors which calm you down.
Well, it looks like white is overly used, so we are used to it. If you see white, you are not really getting the vibe.
People don't use it in the right way they need to use it.
Okay.
We have colors which are very welcoming. You are stressed, you get to a place, pink, lemon green, an apple green or a lemon green, it calms you down. The environment alone.
Like naturally.
Naturally.
Your client do that. My favorite color is wine and I paint my living room wine, but you think it's not the best color for me. How do you go about such situations?
I have one simple rule. The client is always right.
No, but you can also give advice.
Now, I give my advices to the client.
Okay.
Now, I don't go against your wish as a client. But then what I do is that I'll try to give you a better option. Try to give you a better option that this color will rather best fit for this job. But if you insist on you want it, I will let you have it. And I will let you sign an NDA. That this, if it messes up, you don't blame me for it. Yes.
So if people watching this video wants to apply, how do they get on board? They want to learn maybe POP, the painting, fixing.
The person will just have to call me. If the person is having some guardians, I'll have to come and see them. Then we will have to put everything on paper.
Okay.
We put everything on paper that they are giving their child to me for training.
Okay.
So the training is going to last about a year or 6 months, provided the person is fast enough. Sign it, the parents sign it, and I go with the kid.
Okay.
Now from then, everything that has to do with the kid is my responsibility. You get to understand, I'm a safety officer.
Okay.
I did safety in school. So I did safety in school. Now my workers' safety is my first priority as a safety officer. Now as a painter, you need to have your nose mask or a respirator, hand gloves, footwear, and then goggles.
Okay.
Then your overall. Now some of the paints, the kind of chemicals in it is harmful. So if you haven't experienced it, if you paint an enclosed area, that place will be very hot, very hot. It's because of the chemicals that the paint is giving off. That's why anytime somebody paints a room first day and person sleeps in that room, person gets a cold because of the chemicals in it. So I make sure that I give them their goggles, nose mask, your hand gloves, and your photo plus your overall, so that you are protected.
Don't you think it's about time we move away from using the brushes to paint the roller? Maybe there can be a technology that can spray the, maybe if you are using the brush in 2 days to complete this project, maybe with a sprayer you can use maybe 4 hours or 5 hours to complete a building. Do you agree?
Yeah, I agree on that.
Okay.
So there is actually a spraying machine that we use to paint. Instead of the roller, it's actually faster than the roller. But it's a new phase of painting that we are introducing into the system.
Okay.
We've introduced it here, but it's not very common around. And the machine is a bit costly, so not a lot of painters can buy it.
How much does it cost?
So it costs from 7,000
for one.
For one.
Oh. See, and when you used it, how was it feeling? Like, how was the feeling like?
It's fast, and it will give you a better finish than the roller will.
I'm sure you're making some interior decor in there, so maybe you can have a look at what's.
It's not a problem.
Okay, sure. Then let's get going. Spraying machine, 7,000 machine. Okay, so how do you fix it for work?
You plug into your socket.
Socket, okay.
Yeah, and then this goes into the paint. Actually.
Okay.
So you raise it like this. Then you put the paint. You put this into the paint. Now, this is your nozzle.
Okay.
So as you start, there's the pressure. You open it up. It will start. The paint will start passing through this. You can be spraying it from this angle.
Okay.
Either this way or that way.
Okay. But people are saying we should spray from up to bottom, or
it doesn't necessarily have to be up to bottom.
Okay.
You can either go horizontally or vertically. It's a choice.
I see.
So this is the wall. This is the finished part, actually. This is how smooth the wall is. There's no line, no crack on this wall. We make sure that even the back of the socket, we feel it, the side between the ceiling and the wall itself, we fill it with filler to make sure that there is no space left unattended to.
Okay.
So the room looks almost close to perfect after the painting is done.
Okay. How much do you normally charge? And then does the cost cover the paint you go and buy on the market?
So if the client wants me to buy the paint, I will.
Okay.
If the client wants me to direct him where to buy it, I will.
Okay.
I have my brands that I use. So they are trusted brands that I use. So I will recommend it for you, and then I'll give you their technical data sheet as well. Read through it, know exactly what it does, the technical properties of the paint.
Okay.
Then you will buy it. If you want to buy it, you're fine. You can go to the factory and we'll produce it for you.
Okay.
If you want me to buy it, I'll still buy it.
So if I already have the paint and I ask you to come and do the painting, how much does that cost?
So everything down here is in square meters.
Okay.
The tiling, the POP, the painting is in square meters.
It means there are measurements in
Use
everything.
measurements. So I can measure this whole place. And I'll tell you that 10 buckets will be able to do this job. And then it will be done in 3 days by 4 boys. The measurements I do will tell me the number of days that the boys will work, the amount of money I'm supposed to charge you,
Okay.
and then the paint, the number of materials that you have to buy accurately. Yes.
Okay. So this room is what centimeters over what?
So this is about almost about 50 square meters.
Okay. I see. Oh, so maths runs through everything in your job.
Maths runs through everything.
So if you are not too good in maths, can you still do this job?
You can still do it because I'll teach you how to do it.
Okay.
It's not any serious matter that you have to be so scared about. You just have to know how to measure your height, your length, you multiply it.
Okay.
So just this by this, you get the square area for this. If you want the floor, you measure here to this place, here to this place, you have your square area. So every square meter and how much you charge per square meter.
Okay.
So if I say that I charge 5 cedis per square meter, and I know that this place is 10 square meters, then I know that 5 times 10.
Everything me
50, right?
Yes.
So then that's the money I'm going to charge you. So we are coming to an age where clients feel that painters let them overestimate or they underestimate. So now if you can tell them that this is the amount of paint you are buying, this is your measurement. The measurement says this, I'm charging you this because we charge this per square meter. This is the amount of paint and then filler and then all the materials you will need. So please provide it for me. If it's provided, the client wouldn't have to get the headache of you coming to tell the person that, oh, the paint got finished. I need money to go buy it again.
Yeah.
They buy it once.
Okay.
Yes. The measurement will tell you how serious your workers are. So if I know that my workers should be able to do 100 square meters a day, and then I come and 50 square meters is done, I'll know that the worker didn't work well. Because the measurement will tell me the number of days that I'm supposed to let the guys work for you.
Yeah.
So it's very vital.
Yeah. Okay. So your advice to young ones who are home and are still waiting on corporate bodies to call them?
We got guys like my type on the ground. You just have to come and learn something. You have to come and learn something because we are giving it to you for free.
Okay.
I was giving painting for free, so I'm giving it out for free. We can't all be in the office. Not everybody can be in the office. It doesn't mean your life has to end that way. You can come, do something with your 10 hands. You got this. That's all you need to make it. So with a little education and then polishing of your skills, you can do better than somebody who's even sitting in the office. So it's not late for anybody. Whether you're literate or illiterate, wherever you are, just come. There's a chance for you to learn.
Okay. All right. Like he said, we all can't be in the office. Don't give up yet because the corporate body is not calling you to take up that position you applied for. So be ready to work with your hands, as he said. Be your own boss, and then life goes on. Ernestina Sewa Asante, reporting for BizTech on GhanaWeb TV.
Thank you, Ernestina Sewa Asante, for that amazing interview. But our friend Jefferson Seniaja is on standby for Tech Bits.
Welcome to Tech Bits this week. This week is for all web developers and all web designers. And I'm sure you find it interesting. I actually love this website. Ever since I found out about it, I've been actually using it personally myself. And it's an online chatting software. It's called GhanaChat. Now, GhanaChat is something that almost be like revolutionary in terms of what they're serving. It's a great CRM manager, and web developers and all websites creation enthusiasts who find GhanaChat very useful and very helpful. It's something that I would encourage even those that are not into web design to actually, if you actually get a contract or if you hire someone to create a website for you, it's something that you might want to say, hey, use GhanaChat for my website, because its benefits are really, really great. So let's get to it and let's see how best we can get the best of GhanaChat this week.
So the website is called GhanaChat. That's JIVOCHAT, GhanaChat, and it pretty much sells itself. GhanaChat's main thing is connecting business owners to their clients, and it's great for web developers who are looking for a simple chat software. And it integrates with any website, whether it's a pure PHP website or even a WordPress content management software like WordPress. GhanaChat one of the best things I like about their website is that their product is already being used on their website, so you can easily say hello there. And when someone gets to your website, after reading all what your product offers, they can actually just decide to just have a chat with you. And the best thing I like about their chat software is that it's not only available on desktop, meaning that the support agent, where the agent is also typing a message, does not have to be only on the web, but it has a mobile app. So there's a GhanaChat mobile app software which actually is available, and you'll be able to log in into your GhanaChat and connect to your website, meaning someone can be anywhere and you can also be anywhere from the comfort of your home and or anywhere else and be replying to customer support instantly. That's one. As you can see, I just sent a hello and one of their customer support service has replied. It has an auto reply feature which is part of the support management software, and this is all great too. So not only is it for normal website, but even for content management softwares like WordPress. It has so many great features like live chat for website, as I mentioned, a callback option right there and there, email, telephony. You can even connect it to WhatsApp, you can connect it to Facebook Messenger, chatbots like that one like I mentioned, and even Telegram. And this is how their support dashboard looks like. An agent can have multiple agents, and you can just be replying to different messages, and it's a great tool. I also already have that on avtown.com that we use for integrating and even through our app. So it's a great tool that I'll recommend to everyone to have a look at and business owners to use. Great for CRM integration, great for telephone and email chat transcript. So let's look at it. The default version is actually very free. You can sign up, it's free, but as you need more agents and more features, that is where you get to the paid subscriptions. But it's something that you should look at and might be useful for generating more revenues and turning over site visitors to clients. I hope you found this week very useful and very promising. Even if you're not going to use it, I encourage you to recommend this video to a friend or two, and I'll see you again next week. Bye for now.
Up next is Biz Headlines. Information Minister Kojo Oppong Nkrumah has disclosed that government has secured $100 million from the Ghana Infrastructure Investment Fund to construct a number of district, regional and specialized hospitals under the Agenda 111 project. Addressing journalists on Sunday, August 15, 2021, Oppong Nkrumah said the ambitious Agenda 111 project is aimed at scaling up health infrastructure in the country.
$100 million United States dollars has been made available for commencement funding, and then because this project will naturally most likely go across 3 budget cycles, 2021 to 2022, 2022 to 2023, and then they have this period of defect when you are done with the project, by which time they'll pay you your final. That will lead probably into the 3rd budget cycle. So allocations are being made or have been made across the various budget cycles in the medium-term expenditure framework for what the government of Ghana is bearing. The rest, as I mentioned, is EPC, engineering, procurement, and construction. And so the contractor will come with funding for it, and we'll do the numbers of those ones as we go along those ones. You notice that, as I mentioned, we're starting off with the district projects first, and the EPCs are the regional projects. So we'll get into that one as we go along. The contract sums are just under $17 million for the projects. Those are the estimates. For those of you who are familiar with engineering and construction, you know that we always like to talk about the contract sums or the cost as at the time of contracting. As you go along, if there is a need for some sort of variation or anything, we'll all be apprised of it. If I may be permitted to tell you a little story, I was a journalist actively practicing when the Jubilee House was being built. And there was this confusion between the figure that was given at contract time And when the question was answered in Parliament, and I recall Mr. Kojompianim, who was the Minister for Presidential Affairs at the time, answering and even making a joke that for anybody who has put a building together before, you know that sometimes there may be variations.
Now to the Bank of Ghana. Ghana Central Bank and the Monetary Authority of Singapore are in the process of creating a financial trust corridor, Governor of the Bank of Ghana, Dr. Ernest Addison, has revealed. The platform will serve as a dedicated ecosystem for the mutual recognition of small, medium enterprises, businesses, and financial institutions seeking to improve closer relations in the digital economy. Making the disclosure at a Business Sans Border stakeholder engagement on Wednesday, August 18, 2021. Governor of the BOG, Dr. Ernest Addison, explained that the FTC will comprise of a governance framework and digital infrastructure for banks and fintech firms in Ghana and Singapore. Now on to international affairs. The Director of Governance and Administration at the Institute of Economic Affairs, Dr. Samuel Dakwa, has championed the call for more transparency to exist in the engagements between China and African countries. According to him, there have been situations where there have been conflicts between African countries and China due to such a thing, and has therefore called for openness in the details of infrastructural contracts.
Go as individual countries, our strength is not that. And also, you see, at times Chinese also are looking at the kind of risk they are taking, because most of the countries that go for Chinese loans are countries that when they go to the international market and also Western partners, they will not be able to get those loans. So if they give you those loans, it means that the interest rate is going to be high. So, but if we come together as a body, we are able to command strength, and we are able to speak and demand what we need. So, and also many countries, like if you look at these two case studies, Zambia and Kenya, they present different situations. So you could see that Kenya has something that Zambia doesn't have. So if even these two come together, they can do something better. So that is what we need. All the continent, we need to come together and negotiate with China.
A strategic investor at the Ghana Bauxite Company Limited has announced its decision to pull from its operation at Awaso in the Bibiani district of the Western North region. This comes after the investor, Bosai Mineral Group from China, I beg your pardon, has formally written to government over its decision to sell 80% of its stake in the company and exit. According to the report, the Chinese firm made its decision to exit Ghana as a result of the non-renewal of its mining lease with the GPCL, which is expected to expire in January 2022. The move, which is likely to impact the employment of close to 700 workers of the GBCL, has brought on some anxiety and fears of job security, with the future of the company hanging in the balance. Now on fuel prices, the Institute for Energy Security has projected that the price of fuel is likely to take a dip in the second half of August 2021. The statement signed by research analyst at IES, Fritz Moses, noted that following a 15-day rolling basis, the price of fuel on the local market remained stable within the window under assessment. According to him, price of petroleum products within the first pricing window of August 2021 saw the oil marketing companies continue to maintain prices at the pump from the first pricing window of July. Ghana's economy is projected to have expanded by 8.9% in the second quarter of 2021. Though the Ghana Statistical Service is yet to formally release growth rate data for the period, the firm explains that the projection expansion can be attributed to international trade as economists have gradually begun to ease coronavirus-induced restrictions, which will in turn boost demand for commodity exports for Ghana on the international market. This, coupled with a general increase in economic activity in 2021, is expected to help achieve the targeted growth. However, a critical success factor is how well we will handle the rising COVID-19 cases. A strict enforcement of COVID-19 protocols, as well as an effective rollout of COVID vaccination, will sustain the economic recovery process, the firm said. The International Monetary Fund has said that the country's energy sector debt will continue to remain above $1 billion per year if the government does not step up its game in implementing the energy sector recovery plan. According to the article IV report of the IMF, as at the end of the 2018, the sector's losses had translated into cumulative arrears of $2.75 billion, of which $851 million is owed to the private sector. Last year, the report said the country spent 2% of GDP to support the sector, which is beset with challenges such as excess power generation capacity and gas supply, limited transmission capacity, large distribution losses, and low and subsidized electricity tariffs. According to the fund, the government has signed power purchase agreements with 32 independent power producers, resulting in excess supply over demand and high fixed cost. It's a wrap of another edition of BizTech on GhanaWeb TV. Thank you for staying with us, but there's more on www.ghanaweb.com. Also get interactive with us on all our social media platforms. We are at the GhanaWeb on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. Also subscribe to our YouTube channel, GhanaWeb TV. Have a great weekend. My name is Na Oyo Kwote.
And principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the fact and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you deny funny face. It's not my brother. I don't know him. You don't know funny face. It's not my brother. You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the fact and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you're funny face. It's not my brother. I don't know him. You don't know funny face. It's not my brother. You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire